Beggars in Spain by Nancy Kress. Read by Nick Sullivan. 10. Jordan Watrous poured himself another drink at the Hepplewhite Secretary, set up as a bar in his mother's living room. His third, fourth? Maybe no one was counting. From the deck, cantilevered over the ocean, floated the sound of laughter. To Jordan's ears, the laughter sounded nervous, as well it might. What the hell was Hawk saying now, and to whom? He hadn't wanted to bring Hawk. This was his stepfather's 50th birthday. Beck had wanted a small family party, but Jordan's mother had just finished decorating her new house and she wanted to show it off. For 20 years, Alice Camden Watrous had lived as if she had no money, not touching the inheritance from her father, except, Jordan later learned, to pay for his and Moira's schooling in computers and sports. She had treated her money as if it were a large, dangerous dog she had custody of, but would not approach. Then, on her 40th birthday, something apparently happened inside his mother, something Jordan didn't understand. That didn't surprise him. Much of people's behavior baffled him. His mother had suddenly built this big house on the ocean at Morro Bay, where a few miles out, gray whales lifted their flukes and spouted past. She had furnished it with expensive, understated British antiques, bought in Los Angeles, New York, and London. Beck, easily the sweetest-tempered man Jordan had ever met, smiled indulgently, even though his wife had hired a different contractor, not Beck, to build the house. Some days, Jordan, driving out to the site with his mother, had found Beck working alongside the union carpenters and their robots, nailing boards and aligning joists. When the house was finished, Jordan had waited apprehensively for what new sides of his mother might emerge. Social climbing, plastic surgery, lovers. But Alice had ignored their fashionable neighbors, let her stocky figure stay stocky, and hummed contentedly about her British antiques and her beloved garden. Why British? Jordan had said once, fingering the back of a Sheraton chair. Why antiques? My mother was British, Alice said. The first and last time Jordan had ever heard her mention her mother. The birthday party for Beck was also a housewarming. Alice had invited all of her and Beck's friends, her colleagues from the twin group, Moira's graduate school friends and professors, Lisha Camden and Kevin Baker, and a Sleepless whom Jordan had never laid eyes on before, a pretty young redhead named Stella Bevington, whom Alice had hugged and kissed as if she were another Moira. Calvin Hawk had invited himself. I don't think so, Hawk, Jordan had said in the factory office in Mississippi, and with anyone else, that would have ended it. I'd like to meet your mother, Geordie. Most men don't speak as well of their mothers as you do, or as often. Jordan couldn't help it. He felt himself flush. Since he was in grade school, he had been open to the charges of being a mama's boy. Hawk hadn't meant anything, or had he? Lately, everything Hawk said stung. Was that Jordan's fault or Hawk's? Jordan couldn't tell. It's really a family celebration, Hawk. I certainly wouldn't want to intrude on family, Hawk said smoothly. But didn't you say it was a big housewarming, too? I have a gift I'd like your mother to have for her house. Something that belonged to my mother. That's very generous of you, Jordan said, and Hawk grinned. The manners Alice had drilled into her son amused Hawk. Jordan was astute enough to see this, but not astute enough to know what to do about it. He steeled himself to frankness. But I don't want you there. My aunt will be there, and some other Sleepless. I perfectly understand, Hawk said, and Jordan thought the matter was closed. But somehow it kept coming up. And somehow the stings got worse in Hawk's innocent-sounding phrases. And because they were innocent, Jordan felt guilty at snapping back at Hawk. And somehow now Hawk stood out on his mother's deck talking to Beck and Moira and an admiring crowd of Moira's college friends, while Lisha, completely silent, watched Hawk with a blank expression. And Jordan slipped away to splash his fourth, whiskey into his glass so fast it spilled on his mother's new pale blue rug. It's not your fault, said a voice behind him. Lisha. He hadn't heard her footsteps. He said, What do you do for whiskey spills? Carbo eaters? Or would they hurt the rug? Forget the rug. I mean, it's not your fault that Hawk is here. I'm sure you didn't want him to be, and I'm sure he steamrolled right over you. Don't blame yourself, Jordan. No one can ever tell him no, Jordan said miserably. Oh, Alice could have, if she'd wanted to. Don't doubt that. He's here because she said it was all right, not because he maneuvered you into an invitation. The question had bothered him for a long time. Lisha? Does Mom approve of what I do? Of the whole We Sleep movement? Lisha was silent for a long time. Finally, she said, She wouldn't tell me, Jordan. Which was, of course, true. It had been a stupid question, stupidly blurted out. He mopped ineffectively at the rug with a napkin. Lisha said, Why don't you ask her? We don't talk about sleepers and sleeplessness. No, I can believe that, Lisha said. There's a lot this family doesn't talk about, isn't there? He said, Where's Kevin? Lisha looked at him with genuine surprise. That wasn't a non sequitur, was it? Embarrassment flooded him. I didn't mean to imply. It's all right, Jordan. Stop apologizing all the time. Kevin had to see a client on an orbital. Jordan whistled. I didn't know there were Sleepless on any of the orbitals. Lisha frowned. There aren't, but most of Kevin's work is for international clients, who aren't necessarily, or even usually, sleepless, but who are rich enough to afford him, Hawk said, coming up behind them. Ms. Camden, you haven't spoken to me all night. Was I supposed to? He laughed. Certainly not. Why would Lisha Camden have anything to say to a union organizer of underclass morons who waste a third of their life in zombie non-productivity? She said evenly. I have never thought of sleepers that way. Really? Do you think of them as equals? Do you know what Abraham Lincoln said about equality, Ms. Camden? You published a book about Lincoln's view of the Constitution, didn't you? Under the pseudonym Elizabeth Kaminsky? She didn't answer. Jordan said, That's enough, Hawk. Hawk said, Lincoln said about the man who is denied economic equality, when you have put him down and made it impossible for him to be but as the beasts of the field, when you have extinguished his soul in this world and placed him where the ray of hope is blown out as in the darkness of the damned, are you quite sure that the demon you have roused will not turn and rend you? Lisha said, Do you know what Aristotle said about equality? Equals revolt, that they may become superior. Such is one state of mind that creates revolutions. Hawk's face sharpened. To Jordan, it actually seemed the bones grew even more pointed. Something moved behind Hawk's eyes. He started to say something, evidently thought better of it, and smiled enigmatically. Then he turned and walked away. After a moment, Lisha said, I'm sorry, Jordan. That was unforgivable at a party. I'm too used to courtrooms, I guess. You look terrible, Jordan said abruptly, surprising himself. You've lost too much weight. Your neck is all scrunched up and your face is drawn. Looking my age, Lisha said, suddenly amused. Now why should that amuse her? Maybe it wasn't the Sleepless he didn't understand. Maybe it was women. He turned his head toward the deck for a glimpse of the tiny, flashing light Stella Bevington wore in her red hair. Lisha leaned forward and gripped his wrist. Jordan, do you ever wish you could become a Sleepless? He stared into her green eyes, so different from Hawk's. Her eyes reflected all light back at you, like a parcel refused. All of a sudden, his uncertainty left him. Yes, Lisha, I do wish it. We all do, but we can't. That's why I work with Hawk in unionizing underclass morons who waste a third of their life asleep. Because we can't be you. His mother came up behind him. Is everything all right in here? Alice asked, looking from her son to her sister. She wore, Jordan suddenly noticed, her usual warm expression and a truly hideous dress, an expensive green silk that did nothing to flatter her stoutness. Around her neck was the antique pendant Beck had given her. It had once belonged to some British duchess. Fine, Jordan said, and couldn't think of anything else to say. Twins. They were twins. The three of them smiled at each other, silent, until Alice spoke. Jordan was startled to see that his mother was a little drunk. Lisha, did I tell you about the new case registered with our twin group? Twins raised apart from birth, but when one broke his arm, the other felt pain for weeks in the same arm and couldn't figure out why. Or thought he felt the pain, Lisha said, in retrospect. Ah, Alice said, as if Lisha had answered some other question entirely. And Jordan saw that his mother's eyes were more knowing than he had ever seen them, and fully as dark as Calvin Hawk's own. In the early morning, the New Mexico desert was incandescent with pearly light. Sharp-edged shadows, blue and pink, and colors Lisha had never imagined shadows could be, crept like living things across the vast emptiness. On the distant horizon, the Sangre de Cristo Mountains rose clear and precise. Beautiful, isn't it? Susan Melling said. Elisha said, I never knew light could look like that. Not everybody likes the desert. Too desolate, too empty, too hostile to human life. You like it? Yes, Susan said, I do. What do you want, Elisha? This isn't just a social visit. Your crisis air is at gale force. A civilized gale, solemn, urgent sweeps of very cold air. Despite herself, Elisha smiled. Susan, now 78, had left medical research when her arthritis worsened. She had moved to a tiny town 50 miles from Santa Fe, a move inexplicable to Elisha. There was no hospital, no colleagues, few people to talk to. Susan lived in a thick-walled adobe house with sparse furniture and a sweeping view from the roof, which she used as a terrace. On the deep whitewashed windowsills and few tables, she set out rocks, polished to a high gloss by the wind, or vases of tough-stemmed wildflowers, or even animal bones, bleached by the sun to the same incandescent whiteness as the snow on the distant mountains. Walking uneasily through the house for the first time, Elisha had felt a palpable relief, like a small pop in her chest, when she saw the terminal and medical journals in Susan's study. All Susan would say about her retirement was, I worked with my mind for a long time. Now I'm groping for the rest of it, a statement that Elisha understood intellectually. She had doggedly read the standard mystics, but no other way. The rest of what, exactly? She had been reluctant to question Susan further, in case this was like Alice's twin group, pseudo-psychology tricked out as scientific fact. Elisha didn't think she could bear to see Susan's fine mind seduced by the deceptive comforts of hokum. Not Susan. Susan said now, Let's go inside, Elisha. The desert is wasted on you. You're not old enough for it yet. I'll make tea. The tea was good. Sitting beside Susan on her sofa, Elisha said, Have you kept up with your field, Susan? With, for instance, the genetic alteration research Gaspard Thieriot published last year? Yes, Susan said. A gleam of amusement came and went in her eyes, sunken now but still bright. She had stopped dyeing her hair. It hung in white braids, only slightly less thick than Elisha remembered from childhood. But Susan's skin had the veined transparency of eggshells. I haven't renounced the world like some flagellant monk, Elisha. I access the journals regularly, although I have to say it's been a long time since there was anything really worth studying, except the work of Gaspard Thieriot. There is now. Elisha told her about Walcott, Sleepless, the research, and its theft. She didn't mention Jennifer or Sanctuary. Susan sipped her tea, listening quietly. When Elisha finished, Susan said nothing. Susan? Let me see the research notes. She put down her teacup. It rattled hard on the glass table. Susan studied the papers for a long time. Then she disappeared into her study to run some equations. Use only a freestanding deck, Elisha said, and wipe the program afterward, completely. After a moment, Susan nodded slowly. Elisha wandered around the living room, gazing at rocks with holes bored through them by freak winds, rocks so smooth they might have lain for 1,000,000 years at the bottom of an ocean, rocks with sudden protuberances like malignant growths. She picked up an animal skull and ran her fingers across the clean bone. When Susan returned, she was calmer, all critical faculties at full ram. Well, it looks like a genuine line of research as far as it goes. That's what you wanted to know, isn't it? Does it go far enough? Depends on what's in that missing piece. What he has here is new, but it's new more in the way of not having been explored before, because it's a semi-bizarre byway, rather than being new, because it's an inevitable but difficult extension of existing knowledge, if you see the difference. I do see it, but what is there could logically support a final piece that could actually alter Sleepers into Sleepless? It's possible, Susan said. He's made some unorthodox departures on Gaspard Thieriot's work, but as far as I can tell from this, yes. Yes, it's possible. Susan sank onto the sofa and covered her face with her hands. Elisha said, How many of the side effects might be... Is it possible that... Are you asking me whether sleepers who become sleepless beyond in vitro might still have the non-aging organs of the rest of you? God, I don't know. The biochemistry of that is still so murky. Susan lowered her hands and smiled without humor. You Sleepless don't provide us with enough research specimens. You don't die often enough. Sorry, Elisha said dryly. We all have such full calendars. Lisha, Susan said, her voice not quite steady. What happens now? Apart from the infighting at Sleepless, we file for patents in Walcott's name. Actually, I've already started that, before anybody else can. Then, after Walcott and Herlinger, and that's another problem. What's another problem? Walcott and Herlinger. I suspect that Herlinger might have done much of this work and that Walcott is not going to want to share credit with him if he can avoid it. Walcott's a sort of meek belligerent, walks absently through the world, oblivious of how it actually functions, until someone crosses him, and then he howls and hangs on with all his incisors. I know the type, Susan said. Nothing like your father. Lisha looked at her. Susan rarely spoke of Roger Camden. Susan picked up the same animal skull Lisha had been fingering. What do you know about Georgia O'Keeffe? An artist, wasn't she? 19th century? 20th. She painted these skulls, and this desert, many times. Susan suddenly dropped the skull. It shattered on the stone floor. Lisha, have that baby you and Kevin are always talking about. There's no guarantee that just because no female Sleepless has gone into menopause yet, you never will. Even fallopian tubes that don't themselves seem to age can't manufacture new gametes. Your eggs are 43 years old. Lisha moved toward her. Susan, are you saying you regret, that you wish? No, I'm not, Susan said crisply. I had you and Alice, and I still do. Biological daughters couldn't be more important to me than you two. But who do you have, Lisha? Kevin? Lisha said quickly. Kevin and I are fine. Susan looked at her with a tender, skeptical expression that made Lisha repeat. We're fine, Susan. We work together really well. That's what really matters after all. But Susan only went on looking at her, with the same tender doubt. Adam Walcott's research papers in her arthritic hands. Simpson versus offshore fishing was a complicated case. Lisha's client, James Simpson, was a sleepless fisherman alleging deliberate disruptions of Lake Michigan fish migration patterns through the illegal use of retroviruses, themselves legal, by a competing firm. The competitor, Offshore Fishing Limited, was owned by Sleepers. The case would turn on judicial interpretation of the Canton-Fenwick Act, governing uses of biotechnology in restraint of trade. Lisha had to be in court by 10 o'clock a.m., so she had asked for a 7 o'clock meeting at Sleepless. Well, nobody's likely to be there at 7 o'clock, Walcott had grumbled, including me. Lisha had stared hard at his wispy face on her comlink, amazed all over again at the petty obtuseness of the mind that was going to remake the biological and social world. Had Newton been like this? Einstein? Collingwood? Actually, they had. Einstein could not remember his stops on trains. Collingwood, the genius of Y-energy applications, regularly lost the shoes off his feet and refused to allow anyone to change his bedsheets for months at a time. Walcott wasn't unique. He was a type, although not a common one. Sometimes it seemed to Lisha that the process of intellectual maturity was merely discovering that exotics and uniques were only members of rarer sets. She called Sleepless herself and insisted on the 7 o'clock a.m. meeting. Director Lawrence Lee, a tanned, handsome man who wore Italian silk headbands a little too young for him, turned out to be as difficult as Walcott said he was. We own this research, whatever the hell it is, even if it turns out to be valuable, and believe you me, I have my doubts. These two researchers work for me, and don't any of you fancy lawyers forget it. Lisha was the only fancy lawyer in sight. Sleepless legal counsel was Arnold Seeley, a hard-eyed man with an aggressively shaved head, who nonetheless fumbled questions on which he should have been pressing Lisha hard. She leaned across the table. I forget very little, Mr. Lee. There are legal precedents about scientific work, especially scientific work with commercial application. Dr. Walcott is not in the same labor category as a carpenter fixing your front porch. There are also ambiguities in the contract Dr. Walcott signed with Sleepless at the beginning of his employment. I presume you have a copy with you, Mr. Seeley? No, wait. Why don't you? Lee snapped. Where is it? What's it say? I need to check. Impatience filled Lisha, the same impatience she always felt in the presence of incompetence. She pushed the impatience down. This was too important to jeopardize with inept shows of bad feeling, or additional shows of it. Lee and Seeley and Walcott, who in their ineptly warring hands held 8 hours a day for hundreds of thousands of people, all searched electronic notebooks for the employment contract. Got it? Lisha said crisply. All right. Second paragraph, third line. She took them through the poorly phrased language, the legal precedents for shared scientific copyrights, the landmark Boeing versus Fane auteur ruling. Seeley shifted his hard eyes over his screen and drummed his fingers on the table. Lee blustered. Walcott sat with a small, smug smile. Only Hurlinger, the 25-year-old assistant, listened with comprehension. He had surprised Lisha. Heavy-set and already balding at 25. Hurlinger would have looked like a thug except for a kind of bitter dignity, a stoic disillusionment that didn't seem to belong either with his youth or with Walcott's spiky, eccentric presumed genius. They were an unlikely team. And so, I'd like to suggest an out-of-court settlement about the patents. Lee started to bluster again. Seeley said quickly, "What type of settlement? A percentage or an upfront sum?" Lisha kept her face impassive. She had him. "We would have to work that out, Mr. Seeley." Lee almost shouted, "If you think you can get away with taking from me what belongs to this firm—" Seeley turned coolly to him. "I think the shareholders might disagree about whose firm it was." The shareholders included Sanctuary, although Lee would not necessarily know that Lisha knew that. Lisha and Seeley both waited for Lee to come to this realization. As he did, his small button mouth pursed, and he looked at Lisha with a fearful sneer. She thought that it had been a long time since she had disliked someone so much. "Maybe," Lee said, "we could talk about a settlement. On my terms." Lisha said, "Fine, let's talk terms." She had him. Afterward, Walcott accompanied her and her bodyguard to the car. "Will they settle?" "Yes," Lisha said, "I think so. You have an interesting set of colleagues, Doctor." He eyed her warily. "Your director forgets he runs a publicly traded company, your firm's lawyer can't put together a decent Class 6 employee contract, and your assistant in Sleepless genetic research is riding away on a We Sleep scooter." Walcott airily waved his hand. "He's young, can't afford a car. And of course, if this research goes through, there won't be any We Sleep movement. Nobody will have to sleep. Except those who can't afford the operation. Or a car." Walcott regarded her with amusement. "Shouldn't you be arguing the other side, Ms. Camden? In favor of the economic elite? After all, very few people can afford to genetically alter their in vitro embryos for sleeplessness." "I was not arguing, Dr. Walcott, merely correcting your false statement." In a subtler way, he was just as unlikable as Lee. Walcott waved his hand. "Ah, well, I suppose you can't help it. Once a lawyer—" She slammed the car door hard enough that her bodyguard jumped. She was late for court. The judge was looking around irritably. "Ms. Camden?" "I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was unavoidably detained." "Avoid it, counselor." "Yes, Your Honor." The courtroom was nearly empty, despite the importance of the case to constitutional law. Fish migration patterns did not rivet the news grids. In addition to the opposing parties and their counsel, she saw one reporter, state and federal environmental officials, 3 youngsters, she guessed to be either law or ecology students, 1 ex-judge, and 3 witnesses. And Richard Keller, who was not due to testify as her expert witness until tomorrow. He sat in the back of the room, as upright as if on brainies, a thick-set man surrounded by 4 bodyguards. That must be what happened when you lived year in and year out in Sanctuary. The rest of the world looked even more dangerous than it was. Richard caught her eye. He didn't smile. Something in Lisha's chest turned cold. "If you're finally ready to start, counselor." "Yes, Your Honor, we are. I call Carl Tremolia to the stand." Tremolia, a burly fisherman who was a hostile witness, stalked up the aisle. Lisha's client's eyes narrowed. Tremolia wore a We Sleep electronic pin on his lapel. There was a disturbance by the door. Someone was talking to the bailiff in an insistent undertone. "Your Honor, I petition the court to order the witness to remove his lapel pin," Lisha said. "Given the circumstances of the case, political opinions of the witness, whether expressed by words or jewelry, are prejudicial." The judge said, "Remove the pin." The fisherman tore it off his jacket. "You can make me take off the pin, but you can't make me buy Sleepless." "Strike that," the judge said. "Mr. Tremolia, if you do not answer only when spoken to, I will charge you with contempt." "What is it, bailiff?" "Sorry, Your Honor. Message for Ms. Camden, personal and urgent." He handed Lisha a slip of hard copy. "Call Kevin Baker at office immediately, urgent and personal." "Your Honor," the judge sighed. Go, go. In the corridor, she pulled a comlink from her briefcase. Kevin's face appeared on the miniature screen. Lisha, about Walcott. This is an unshielded link, Kevin. I know. It doesn't matter, this is in the public record. Hell, in a few hours, the whole fucking world will know. Walcott can't file for those patents. Why not? Sampless. Forget Sampless. The patents were filed 2 months ago. Neat, clean, unbreakable, in the name of Sanctuary Incorporated. Lisha? I'm here, she said numbly. Kevin had always told her that nobody could falsify the government's patent files. There were too many backups, electronic and hard copy and freestanding offline. Nobody. Kevin said, There's more, Lisha. Timothy Hurlinger is dead. Dead? I saw him not a half hour ago, riding away on a scooter. He was hit by a car. The deflection shields on his scooter failed. A cop happened to come by a few minutes later, put it right on the mednet, and of course I have all nets monitored to flag key names. She said unsteadily. Who hit him? A woman named Stacy Hillman. Gave her address as Barrington. I have wizards checking her now, but it looks like an accident. Scooter deflector shields are Y-energy cones. They don't fail. It's one of their main marketing points. They just don't. Not even on a shoddy We Sleep scooter. Kevin whistled. He was riding a We Sleep scooter? Lisha closed her eyes. Kevin, send 2 bodyguards to find Walcott. The best bodyguards you can hire. No, your own. He was at Sampless a half hour ago. Have him escorted to our apartment. Or would your office be safer? My office? I can't leave court until 2 at the earliest, and I can't ask for a recess. Not again. She had already used recesses in this case to go to Mississippi and to Sanctuary. To Sanctuary twice. Kevin said, Just go ahead with your case. I'll keep Walcott safe. Lisha opened her eyes. From the courtroom door, the bailiff watched her. She had always liked that bailiff, a gentle old man who liked to show her 2 expensive hollows of his grandchildren. At the other end of the corridor stood Richard Keller, back preternaturally straight, waiting. For her. He knew what Kevin's call was about. And now he stood waiting. She knew it, as certainly she knew her own name. How had he known what Kevin was about to tell her? She went back to court to ask the judge for a recess. Lisha led Richard to her office a block away, not touching him as they walked, not looking at him. Inside, she opaqued the window all the way to black. The exotics, passion flowers, and ginger and flame orchids began to close. She said quietly, Tell me. Richard gazed at the closing flowers. Your father grew those. She knew that tone of voice. She had heard it in police interrogation rooms, in jails, in court. The voice of a man who will say anything that comes into his head, anything at all, because he has already lost everything. The tone carried a certain amount of freedom, of a kind that always made Lisha want to look away. She didn't look away now. Tell me, Richard. Sanctuary stole Walcott's research papers. There's a network, inside Wizards and outside Sleeper Underworld, very complex. Jennifer's been building it for years. They did it all. Sampless, First National Bank. This was nothing new. Richard had told her as much in Sanctuary in Jennifer's presence. I have to say something, Richard. Listen carefully. You're talking to Walcott's counsel, and nothing you say here is off the record. Nothing. Marital privilege of confidentiality won't apply to anything Jennifer said to you in front of a third party or parties, such as the Sanctuary Council. Article 861 of United States Code. You can be required to repeat what you say here under oath. Do you understand? He smiled almost whimsically. The tone was still in his voice. Of course, that's why I'm here. Record it if you like. Recording on. To Richard, she said, Go on. Sanctuary altered the file patents. Again, both electronically and hard copy. The dates were chosen carefully. All the hard copy applications in Washington are stamped received, but none have reached the review stage of significant official signatures or fingerprints. That's what Kevin was telling you, wasn't he? He told me he didn't think anybody could get into the federal system, not even his people. Ah, but he would be trying from the outside alone. Do you have specifics? Names, dates, set in front of third parties as part of conversations that would have taken place even if you and Jennifer weren't husband and wife? Yes. Do you have written proof? Richard smiled slightly. No, all hearsay. Lisha burst out. Why, Richard? Not Jennifer, but you. Why did you? Could anybody give a simple answer to a question like that? It's a whole lifetime of decisions. To go to Sanctuary, to marry Jennifer, to have the kids. He got up and walked over to the flowers. The way he fingered their hairy leaves made Lisha rise and follow him. Then why tell me this now? Because this is the only way I have left to stop Jennifer. He raised his eyes to Lisha, but she knew he didn't see her. For her sake. There's no one in Sanctuary who can stop her anymore. Hell, they encourage her, especially Cassie Blumenthal and Will Sandaleros. My kids. Criminal charges over the patents will at least scare off some of her outside contacts. They're scary people, Lisha, and I don't want her dealing with them. I know that even with my testimony, unsupported hearsay, you don't have much of a case, and probably the whole thing will get thrown out of court. Do you think I'd be here if I thought she could be indicted for anything? I studied Wade versus Tremont and Jastrow versus United States very carefully, and I want it on the record that I did. I just want Jenny stopped. My kids, the hatred for sleepers they're learning, the sense of entitlement to do anything, Lisha, in the name of self-protection. It scares me. This isn't what Tony intended. Lisha and Richard had never, after the first time, been able to discuss what Tony and Davino had intended. Richard said, outwardly more calm, Tony was wrong. I was wrong. You become different, walled away, with only other Sleepless for decades. My kids. Different how? But Richard only shook his head. What happens now, Lisha? You turn this over to the U.S. attorney and he brings charges for theft and tampering with government records? No, for murder. She watched him closely. His eyes widened and flared, and she would have bet her life then that he knew nothing about Timothy Hurlinger's death. But a week ago, she would have bet her life that Richard knew nothing about stealing either. Murder? Timothy Hurlinger died an hour ago under suspicious circumstances. And you think? Her mind was ahead of his. She saw him catch up, and she took a step backward. He said slowly, You're going to charge Jennifer with murder and make me testify against her because of what I've said here. Somehow she got the word out. Yes. Nobody at Sanctuary planned a murder. When she didn't answer, he seized her wrist hard. Lisha, nobody at Sanctuary, not even Jennifer, nobody. His faltering was the worst thing yet. Richard was unsure that his wife was incapable of political murder. Lisha looked at him levelly. She had to hear it, all of it, because why? Because she did, because she had to know. But there was no more of it to hear. Richard's fist closed on the flower he held, and he started to laugh. Don't, she begged. But he went on laughing anyway, a braying, heaving sound that went on until Lisha opened the office door and told her secretary to call the district attorney. 11. The foam stone cell was 5 paces by 6. It held a built-in bed platform, 2 recyclable blankets, 1 pillow, a sink, a chair, and a toilet, but no window or terminal. Will Sandaleros, prisoner's counsel, had protested the lack of a terminal. All but isolation cells had some sort of simple read-only terminal of unbreakable alloy welded to the wall. His client was allowed access to news grids, to approved library items, and to the United States e-postal system. The county jailer ignored the protest. He wasn't trusting any Sleepless with a terminal, nor would he allow the prisoner communal exercise or dining, or visitors in the cell, even Sandaleros. 20 years ago, the same Cattaraugus County jailer, younger and harder, had lost a Sanctuary Sleepless to a prison killing. Not again. Not in his jail. Jennifer Sharifi told the lawyer to discontinue his protests. The first day, she carefully scrutinized the 4 corners of her cell. The southeast corner was assigned to prayer. By closing her eyes, she could see the rising sun rather than the foam stone wall. Within a few days, she did not need to close her eyes. The sun was there, summoned by will and belief. The northeast corner held the sink. She washed completely twice a day, stepping out of her abaya and washing that too, refusing the prison laundry and the prison garb. If the surveillance panel broadcast her daily nakedness, that was as irrelevant as the foam stone wall was to seeing the sun. Only what she did was relevant, not how subhumans viewed what she did. By their prurient viewing, they had forfeited the humanity that would have allowed her to consider them. The remaining 2 corners were spanned by the cot. She left the bedding folded under it day after day, untouched. The bed itself became her place of learning. She sat on the edge, straight-backed in her still-wet abaya. When hard copies she requested were given her, erratically and intermittently, she read them, permitting herself one reading only of each tabloid, each law book, each library printout. When there was nothing to read, she learned by thinking, creating detailed scenarios covering every contingency she could imagine. She thought of the contingencies of her legal situation, of Walcott's research, of the future of Sanctuary, of Lisha Camden's choices, of the economic underpinnings of each division, each organization, each significant personal or professional relationship within Sanctuary. Each contingency branched at several places. She learned them all until she could close her eyes and see the entire great structure, decision tree after decision tree, branching and rebranching, dozens of them. As new data came to her from hard copies or from Sandaleros, she mentally redrew every affected branch. For each decision point, she assigned a text from the Quran, or, if there were conflicting possible applications, more than one text. When she could see the enormous balanced whole spread out behind her closed lids, she opened her eyes and taught herself to see it in 3 dimensions within the cell, filling the space, palpable, growing branches like the tree of life itself. All she does is sit and stare, the matron reported to the district attorney. Sometimes with her eyes open, sometimes closed, hardly ever moves. Does it seem to you a state of catatonia that needs medical attention? The matron shook her head, then nodded, then shook her head again. How the hell would I know what one of them needs? The district attorney didn't answer. Wednesdays and Sundays were visiting days, but the only visitor she would ever permit was Will Sandaleros, who came daily to the usually empty visiting gallery, where she sat separated from him by thick plexiglass under a ring of surveillance panels. Jennifer, the grand jury returned an indictment against you. Yes, Jennifer said. There were no branches on her decision tree in which the grand jury did not indict her. Have they set a trial date? December 8th. Motion to reconsider bail was denied. Yes, Jennifer said. There had been no branches for bail either. Lisha Camden testified to the grand jury. It wasn't a question. Yes, the testimony has been released to counsel. I'm trying to get a hard copy to you. There have been no hard copies brought to me in 2 days. I'll move again on that. The news grids are about the same. You don't want to see them. Yes, Jennifer said, I do. The news grid hysteria was necessary, not to her learning, but to the strengthening of her prayer. A reminder to believers, the Quran said. Sleepless murder to control world. First money, now blood? Secret Sleepless cartel plots overthrow of United States through murder. Turncoat Sleepless to reveal death total of Sanctuary Mafia. Local gang claims fatal beating of teen. He was sleepless. I guess maybe you do want them, Sandalero said. He was 25 years old and had grown up in Sanctuary from the age of 4, his custody voluntarily signed over by parents who had not gotten what they expected in a genetically altered child. After Harvard Law, Sandaleros had returned to Sanctuary to base his practice there, leaving only to consult with clients or appear in court. Even for that, he did not like to leave. He barely remembered his parents, and not with affection. He had been Jennifer's first choice for counsel. One thing more, Sandaleros said. I have a message from your children. Jennifer sat very straight. Each time this was the hardest. This was why she disciplined herself day after night on the very edge of the hard metal cot. Back straight, mind forced into calm planning. For this. Go ahead. Nadja says to tell you she has finished the Physics 3 software. Ricky says he found a new fish migration pattern in the live data from the Gulf Stream and is mapping it against his father's work in a global directory. Ricky almost always found a way to include his father in his messages. Nadja never did. They had been told that their father would testify against their mother in court. Jennifer had insisted that Sandaleros tell them. This was not a world in which sleepless children could afford sheltered ignorance. Thank you, Jennifer said composedly. Now, tell me our defense options. Later, after Sandaleros had gone, she sat for a long time on the edge of the cot, growing decision trees in the free spaces of her mind. Are you really going to do it? Stella Bevington's pretty face on the comlink was set and cold. You're really going to testify against one of us? Stella, Lisha said, I have to. Why? Because she's wrong. And because it's not wrong to take care of your own, even if it means breaking the law. You were the one who taught me that, you and Alice. This isn't the same, Lisha said, as evenly as she could. Behind Stella's head on the comlink screen were California Gene Mod palms, long blue fronds, bisected by silver. What was Stella doing in California? No outdoor link was ever adequately shielded. Jennifer is hurting us, all of us, Sleepless and Sleeper alike. Not me. She's not hurting me. You're doing that by shattering the only family some of us have left. We're not all as lucky as you, Lisha. Lisha began, but Stella had already broken the link, and Lisha was staring at a blank screen. Adam Walcott stood in the library of Lisha and Kevin's penthouse, looking distractedly at the rows of law books, the framed hollow of Kenzo Yagai, the sculpture hewn from virgin lunar rock by Mondi Rastel. The sculpture was an androgynous human figure in a soaring, heroic pose, arms stretched upward, face illuminated by intelligence. Lisha watched Walcott stand on one foot, run his left hand through his hair, run his right hand through his hair, twitch his wispy shoulders, and lower his foot. Weird. There was no other word for him. Walcott was the weirdest client she'd ever had. She couldn't even tell if he understood what she'd summoned him here to explain. Dr. Walcott, you understand that you can still fight the patent case against both Sleepless and Sanctuary simultaneously with the Sharifi murder case. Her voice was steady on the words. Sometimes, in the forced isolation of her apartment, she practiced saying them aloud. The Sharifi murder case. But you won't be my lawyer, he said irritably. You're just dropping the whole thing. Patiently, Lisha started over again. He truly didn't seem to understand. I am in protective custody until the trial, Dr. Walcott. There have been serious threats against my life. Those aren't my bodyguards you passed in the lobby and the elevator and on the roof. Those are federal marshals. I'm in custody here instead of anywhere else because the security here is better than anywhere else. Almost. But I can't represent your patent case in court, and I don't consider it advisable for you to wait until I can. In your own best interests, you should get different counsel, and I've made a list for you to consider. She held out the hard copy. Walcott made no move to take it. He stood on his other foot, and the intermittent strength returned to his voice. It isn't fair. Isn't fair for a man to work on a genetic revolution, put in his heart blood for a stinking petty company that couldn't recognize genius if it tripped over it. I was promised, Ms. Camden. Promises were made. She was listening intently now, despite herself. The little man's large intensity was somehow frightening. What kind of promises, Doctor? Recognition, fame, the attention I deserve, that no one but Sleepless ever gets now. He spread his arms wide and stood on tiptoe, his voice rising to a shriek. I was promised! Abruptly, he seemed aware that Lisha was studying him. He dropped his arms to his side and smiled at her, a smile of such obvious, sickly insincerity that she felt her neck prickle. It was difficult to imagine Director Lee of Sleepless, a man too self-absorbed and insecure to recognize others' dreams, ever making such promises. Something was wrong here. Who promised you those things, Dr. Walcott? Ah, well, he said airily, not meeting her eyes. You know how it is. You have youthful dreams, life promises you, and the promise goes away. She said more harshly than she intended. Everybody discovers that, Dr. Walcott, about more worthy dreams than fame and attention. He didn't seem to have heard her. He stood staring at the portrait of Yagai, and his left arm came up behind his head to thoughtfully rub his right ear. Lisha said, Get another lawyer, Dr. Walcott. Yes, he said almost absently. I will. Thank you. Goodbye. I'll show myself out. Lisha sat on the library sofa for a long time, wondering why Walcott disturbed her so much. It wasn't anything to do with this particular case. It was larger than that. Was it because she expected competence to be rational? That was the American myth. The competent man suffused with both individualism and common sense, in control of himself and the material world. History didn't bear that myth out. Competent men frequently were out of control or irrational. Lincoln's melancholy, Michelangelo's outrageous temper, Newton's megalomania. Her model had been Kenzo Yagai, but why shouldn't Yagai have been an aberration? Why should she necessarily expect the same logical and disciplined behavior from Walcott? Or from Richard, who could summon the moral strength to stop his wife's destructive and immoral behavior, but who now spent his own days in protective custody sitting slumped in a corner without the will to eat or wash or speak unless he was forced to do those things? Or from Jennifer, who used a brilliant strategic brain in the service of an obsessive need for control? Or was it she, Lisha, who was not rational, by expecting that all these people would not do those things? She got off the sofa and wandered through the apartment. All the terminals were off. There had come an hour 2 days ago when she could no longer bear the hysterical news grids. The windows were transluced to shut out the intermittent three-way scuffles between police and the two warring semi-permanent groups of demonstrators below her window. "Kill Sleepless before they kill us," shrilled the electronic signs of one side, answered by "Force Sanctuary to share patents. They are not gods." Occasionally, the two groups, tired of fighting with police, fought with each other. The past 2 nights, Kevin, coming home for dinner, had to run for the building between cordons of bodyguards, police, and screaming rioters, robot news grid holocams swooping to within inches of his face for close-ups. Tonight he was late. Lisha found herself glancing at the clock, disliking the habit, but unable to stop. This was the first time in her life she had found it hard to be alone. Or was it? Had she ever really been alone before? In the beginning, there had been Daddy and Alice, then Richard and Carol and Janine and Tony, then later Stuart and Richard again, and then Kevin. And always, always there had been the law. To study, to question, to apply. The law made it possible for people of widely differing beliefs, abilities, and goals to live side by side in something more than barbarism. And Kevin had believed in his own version of that credo, that a social system was built not on the parochial limits of common culture, nor the romantic ones of the family, nor even on the contemporary manifest destiny of unlimited technological advance for all, but on the twin foundations of consensual, legal, and economic systems. Only in the presence of both could there be any social or personal security. Money and law. Kevin understood that, as Richard never had. It was the bond between them. Where was he? The terminal in the library chimed, the override code for personal calls. Lisha froze. The demonstrators, the We Sleep fanatics, Sanctuary itself. There were so many enemies for someone like Kevin, even apart from his connection with her. She ran to the library. But it was Kevin himself calling. "Lisha, listen, honey, I'm sorry I didn't call earlier. I tried, but..." His voice trailed off, unlike Kevin. On the comm screen, his jawline sagged slightly. He looked to her left. "Lisha, I'm not coming home. We're in the middle of an important negotiation. The Stieglitz contract, you know about it, and I have to be available. I may have to fly on very short notice to Argentina to deal with some political ramifications in their Bahia Blanca subsidiary. If I have to fight my way in and out of the apartment building, or if those crazies keep blocking air lanes on the roof, I can't risk it." After a moment, he added, "I'm sorry." She said nothing. "I'll stay here at the office. Maybe when this is over..." "Hell no, maybe about it. When the Stieglitz contract is signed and the trial is over, then I'll come home." "Sure, Kev," Lisha said. "Sure. I knew you'd understand, honey." "Yes," Lisha said, "I do. I understand you." "Lisha." "Goodbye, Kevin." She walked from the library to the kitchen and made herself a sandwich, wondering if he would call back. He didn't. She threw the sandwich down the organic chute and went back to the library. The hollow of Kenzo Yagai had shifted. Yagai bent over the Y-energy cone prototype, his dark eyes serious and intelligent. The sleeves of his white turn-of-the-century lab coat pushed above the elbows. Lisha sat down on a straight wooden chair and put her head between her knees. But that position made her think of Richard, slumped in his room, and the thought was unbearable. She walked to the window, cleared it, and watched the street from 18 floors above, until sudden increased agitation in the mass of distant tiny demonstrators made it probable that someone with a zoom lens had seen her. She opaqued the windows, returned to the chair, and sat straight-backed. Afterward, she could never remember how long she had sat there. Instead, she remembered something decades old. Once, when she had been an undergraduate at Harvard, she and Stuart Sutter had gone for a walk along the Charles River. The wind had been cold and sharp, and they had run straight into it, laughing. Stuart's cheeks red as apples. Despite the cold, they sat on the banks of the river, kissing. until a mutilation reminder had staggered nearly naked over the withered grass. The Mu-Rems were a bizarre, horrifying religious sect in the service of great ideals. They mutilated their bodies to remind the world of suffering in countries under tyranny, then begged money to alleviate that global suffering. This one had amputated 3 of his fingers and half of his left foot. The Mu-Rem's mangled hand was tattooed Egypt, his bare blue foot Mongolia, and his hideously scarred face Chile. He held out his begging bowl to Lisha and Stewart. Lisha, filled with the familiar shamed repugnance, had slipped in $100. "Half for Chile, half for Mongolia, for the suffering," he had croaked. His vocal cords, too, had been offered up as a reminder. The look he gave Lisha was so crystalline, so suffused with joy, that she was unable to gaze back. She laid her head on her knees and twined her hand hard in the icy grass. Stewart had put his arms around her and murmured against her cheek. "He's happy, Lisha. He is. He's begging for a purpose. He raises a great deal of money for world suffering. He's doing what he chooses to do, and he's doing it well. He doesn't mind being mutilated. And anyway, he's going away now. He's leaving. Look, he's already gone." 12. The profit fair on the levee was in full swing by 8 o'clock p.m. Below the foam-stone walls, the Mississippi River slid past, dark and silent. A Y field had been set up for security, invisible walls enclosing a bubble the diameter of a football field. The bubble covered an arc of river, 100 yards of broad levee, and a semicircle of rough grass and dark bushes between the scooter factory and the river. From the farthest bushes came occasional giggles, accompanied by much thrashing. On the south end of the broad levee, people flocked around the refreshment kiosks, the hologame booths, the terminals where We Sleep partially subsidized chances at major newsgrid lotteries. At the north end, a noisy band whose name Jordan had forgotten blasted the night with dance music. Every 30 seconds, a remote-guided holo of the We Sleep logo, 3-dimensional and 6 feet high, flashed in a different cubic volume of air. 10 feet above the ground, 2 inches over the water, in the midst of the whirling dancers. Across the river, slightly blurred by the edges of the Y-bubble, the Samsung Chrysler lights shone chastely. "The basic flaw in your Aunt Lisha is that she belongs to the 18th century, not the 21st, Hawk said. "Have some ice cream, Geordie." "No," Jordan said. He didn't want ice cream. Even less did he want to talk to Hawk about Lisha. Again. He tried to deflect their path toward the north end of the fair, where the dance music would drown Hawk's voice. Hawk neither deflected nor drowned. "The ice cream's a new bio-patent from Gene Fresh Farms. Unbelievable in strawberry. 2 cones, please." "I don't really—" "What do you think, Geordie? Could you ever guess they started with soybean jeans? Profit margin of 17% last quarter." "Amazing," Jordan said, a little sourly. He hoped the ice cream would be mediocre, but it was the best he'd ever tasted. Hawk laughed, eyeing him keenly over his own strawberry cone. Jordan guessed that tomorrow Gene Fresh Farms would be approached by a We Sleep organizer, if they weren't already under negotiation. The profit fair on the levee was to celebrate companies like Gene Fresh, which were, or would be, new cells in the We Sleep revolution. Average profits had risen an astounding 74% since the Sharifi murder case had hit the media. The connection between Timothy Herlinger's death and We Sleep buying to Jordan, as painful as it was hysterical, had brought millions of new consumers under Hawk's rhetoric. "I knew it," We Sleepers cried in triumph, fear, anger, and greed. "The Sleepless are afraid of us. They're spooked enough to try to control us through murder." In the Mississippi scooter factory, where Hawk continued to maintain headquarters in an artificially rustic manner that irritated Jordan, production had doubled before leveling off. Hawk had posted production trend charts on the factory wall, smiled one of his lavish secret smiles, and announced the profit fair on the levee, where the local politicians of my great-great-grandfather's day held their catfish fries. Jordan, a Californian, who had no idea who his great-great-grandfather was, hadn't realized unmodified catfish was edible. He looked sideways at Hawk, who laughed. "Not my Cherokee great-great-grandfather, Jordan, a different one, in a much different position. Although he wasn't one of your lords of the earth either." "Not my lords of the earth. I don't come from that class," Jordan said, nettled. Hawk's laugh disturbed him. "Of course not," Hawk had said, and laughed again. Now, Hawk said, just as if the discussion about Gene Fresh Farms hadn't happened, just as if Jordan hadn't tried to change the subject. The basic flaw in your Aunt Lisha is that she doesn't belong to this century at all. She belongs to the 18th. It's always fatal to be born out of your own time. Let's not talk about Lisha tonight, Hawk, all right? The 18th century values were social conscience, rational thought, and a basic belief in the goodness of order. With those attitudes, they were going to remake or stabilize the world. All the Locke's and Rousseau's and Franklin's and even Jane Austen's, who was also in the wrong century. Sound like Lasha Camden? I said, but of course the Romantics swept all that away, and we never worked back to it until the Sleepless came along. Don't you think that's interesting, Jordan? A biological innovation turning the social value clock backwards? Jordan stopped walking and faced Hawk. Somewhere to his left, over the river, the Wee Sleep Hollow appeared, shimmered, and disappeared in a burst of electronic light. You really don't care what I say, do you, Hawk? You just steamroll right over it. Only your words count. Hawk was silent, watching him keenly. Why did you even hire me? All you want is to snipe at me, delete my objections, have somebody to show up as stupid, and all I want, Hawk said quietly, his ice cream dripping over his hands, is for you to get angry. Get angry. Do you think you're of any use to me when you let me show you up as stupid? When you don't insist on whatever you say to me? I want you to feel your own fury when somebody is stepping on you, or you'll never be any use to the movement. What in hell do you suppose the We Sleep idea is all about in the first place? Waking up to anger. There was a flaw in that someplace. Something not quite right. Or maybe the not quite right was the sight of Hawk with strawberry ice cream dripping over his hands, his words to Jordan impassioned, but his eyes focused on the levee, scanning the crowd. For what? To see if he was being overheard? Only one young couple, walking toward them from the Star Hollow booth, could even possibly overhear. The Mississippi exploded. Water geysered upwards, and beneath Jordan's feet the levee rocked and split. A second explosion, and the Star Hollow booth crumpled. The young couple were flung to the pavement like dolls. People screamed. A fissure opened at Jordan's feet. The next moment Hawk tackled him, knocking him to safety. Even while Jordan was in the air, he saw the remote-guided hollow burst out above him, swollen to a monstrous 10 feet, visible throughout the entire fair. But somehow it wasn't the We Sleep logo, but letters red and gold, silhouetted against the twinkling lights across the river. Samsung Chrysler. No one believed it. Samsung Chrysler, outraged, disclaimed responsibility for the attack. It was an old and honorable firm. Not even the workers in the scooter factory believed SC had set underwater explosives along the levee. The media didn't believe it. The We Sleep Council didn't believe it. Jordan didn't believe it. You did it, he said to Hawk. Hawk merely looked at him. Over his desk in the dusty factory office were spread the kiosk tabloids in hard copy. Sanctuary behind bombing of We Sleep Fair. Sleepless resort to violence again. The cheap paper had already curled around the tiny rips made by the kiosk printer, a flimsy We Sleep unit built and marketed from Wichita. Two of Hawk's huge fingers worked at the largest tear. From the factory floor came irregular staccato bursts of manual machinery and shatterrock. You'll use anything, Jordan said. The media hysteria over the Hurlinger murder, it's not a question of truth for you. It's just a question of taking any advantage that happens to turn up for your cause. You're no better than Sanctuary. Hawk said, nobody got hurt at the fair. They might have. No, Hawk said. There was no chance of that. It took a moment for Jordan to understand. The ice cream melting over your hands, that was the detonator, wasn't it? A temperature-sensitive microchip just under the skin. So you could pick a time when no one would be hurt. Hawk said softly. Are you angry yet, Jordan? Do you want to come with me to see more babies without medical care or running water because under your guyism nutrition and Y-energy are basic dole rights, but medicine and plumbing fixtures are free market contractual enterprises? Do you want to see more adults who sit around all day and rot knowing they can't compete with automaton for low-level jobs or with gene mods for skilled ones? Do you want to see more toddlers with hookworm? More marauding teenagers who can have all the law they want but no real work? Are you angry yet? The ends don't justify these means, Jordan shouted. The hell they don't. You're not helping the sleeper underclass. You're just... I'm not? Have you talked to Maylene lately? Her oldest kid just got accepted to Robotech training, and she can pay for it. Now, you're helping, but you're stirring up more hate to do it. Wake up, Jordan. No social movement has ever progressed without emphasizing division, and doing that means stirring up hate. The American Revolution, abolitionism, unionization, civil rights. That wasn't... At least we didn't invent this particular division. The Sleepless did. Feminism, gay rights, dole franchisement. Stop it. Stop throwing sterile intellectualizations at me. To Jordan's astonishment, even through his anger, he felt the astonishment. Hawk grinned. His black eyes were aquiline. Sterile intellectualizations. You're one of us already. What would Elisha say, that high priestess of reason? Jordan said, I quit. Hawk didn't seem surprised. He nodded. The sharp, dark gaze sliced the air like a lance. All right, quit. You'll be back. Jordan started for the door. Do you know why you'll be back, Geordie? Because if you were to get married, say tomorrow, and have a child, you'd alter that child's genes to be a Sleepless, wouldn't you? And you wouldn't be able to stand yourself for doing it. The door slid open. Behind him, Hawk said softly, When you do come back, you'll be welcome, Jordan. It was only outside the gates, the Mississippi sliding placidly toward the Delta, that Jordan realized there was no place else he wanted to go. Maylene watched him from the guardhouse. At this distance, he couldn't read her expression. He had met her oldest daughter once, a skittish girl with the same tow-headed, skinny looks as Maylene. Robotech school. Hookworm. Jobs. Jordan started back toward the scooter factory. Maylene opened the gate for him, and he went inside. Susan Melling's wrinkled face on the comm screen was backed not by her adobe-walled study in the New Mexican desert, but by a laboratory dense with terminals, plasticware, and robotic arms. Susan, where are you? Elisha said. Chicago Med, Susan said crisply. Research. They've given me a guest lab. The deep lines in her face pulled taut with excitement. Elisha said slowly. You've been working on... Yes, Susan interrupted. That genetic problem we discussed in New Mexico. The one the med school has classified. The comlink, Elisha realized, was not shielded. Or else not shielded enough. She almost laughed. In the current circumstances, what could possibly constitute enough? Susan said, I just wanted you to know that we've begun, and that my distinguished Chinese colleague has arrived safely to join me. Chinese? Susan was staring at her steadily, significantly. Elisha suddenly remembered that Claude Gaspard Thiers was gene mod for intelligence, and that he had told Susan once, during a drunken party at an international symposium, that the genetic material woven into his had come originally from a Chinese donor. This fact had, for some reason, fascinated him. He began to collect imitation Ming vases and hollow pictures on the Forbidden City, which had in turn fascinated Susan. Elisha had thought the whole thing unimportant, but Susan obviously expected her to remember it now. Gaspard Thiers at Chicago Med. He would have flown in from Paris only if Susan had been able to offer him proof that Walcott's findings were feasible. Susan said crisply, We worked through the first part of the problem, replicating earlier work in the same area, and now we've hit a sort of snag. But we're working on it, and we'll keep you informed. We're applying Mr. Wong's work to the end of the problem, rather than the beginning, because the end has the most problematical gap. Susan was enjoying this, Elisha saw. Not just the research, but the pseudo-secrecy, the theatrical code words. Her voice danced. If Elisha closed her eyes, she would see the Susan of 40 years ago, braids bobbing with inexhaustible energy, as she led two small girls in controlled testing games. Sudden tenderness choked Elisha. To say something, she said, Starting at the end, that sounds like applying the verdict instead of the evidence to a trial brief. Not a justified analogy, Susan said gleefully. Her voice softened. How are you doing, Elisha? The trial starts next week, Elisha said, as if it were an answer, which it was. Is Richard still... No change, Elisha said. And Kevin? He's not coming back. Damn him, Susan said. But Elisha didn't want to discuss Kevin. What hurt most about his defection, she'd realized, was that Kevin had betrayed the Sleepless as a group, not just her. Did that mean she no longer had personal loves, only political ones? The question was troubling. Susan, do you know what occurred to me yesterday? That in the whole world, there are only 3 people who understand why I'm testifying against the Sleepless. Against what the press call my own kind. Only 3. You, and Richard, and Daddy. Yes, Susan said. Roger never felt class solidarity outweighed truth. In fact, he never felt class solidarity, period. He considered himself in a class of 1. But there are undoubtedly more than 3 Lisha in the whole world. Lisha looked across the room at the pile of kiosk hard copies heaped on the desk, the floor, the chair. From being unable to read them, she had gone to being unable not to read them. It doesn't feel like more than 3. Ah, Susan said. It was a sound Alice made, too. Lisha had never before made the connection. Did you know that in the United States year-to-date, the officially recorded number of in vitro gene mods to produce sleepless babies was 142? That's all? Down from thousands 10 years ago. Even fair and thoughtful people don't want their own children to undergo the danger and the discrimination. But if you're Dr. Walcott's research, she left the sentence unfinished. Not mine, Lisha said. Definitely not mine. Ah, Susan said again, the single word a multi-layered sigh. 13. The People versus Jennifer Fatima Sharifi. All rise. Lisha, seated in the witness section, rose. 162 people, spectators, jury, press, witnesses, counsel, rose with her. One body with 162 warring brains. Security fields encased the courtroom, courthouse, town of Conowongo, like layered gloves. No comlinks could function through the 2 tightest layers. 15 years ago, in another of the judicial system's periodic swings between the public's right to know and the individual's right to privacy, New York State had once more banned recording devices from criminal trials. The press were all state-certified augments with eidetic memories, oral neural bioimplants, or both. Lisha wondered cynically how many just happened to also possess unmentioned gene mods. Next to the reporters, the news grid hollow artists held their CADs on their packed-together laps, minute flexes of their fingers sculpting the hollows for the afternoon news. There was no identified gene site for artistic ability. Oyez, oyez! The Superior Court for the County of Cattaraugus, State of New York, is now in session. The Honorable Daniel J. Deepford, Judge, presiding. Draw near and give your attention, and you shall be heard. God save the United States and this honorable court. Lisha wondered if only she heard the fevered exclamation point. It was the first day of testimony. 2.5 weeks of relentless questioning had been needed to empanel a jury. Do you, Ms. Wright, think you can make an unbiased decision about the defendant? Have you, Mr. Aratina, seen anything on the news grids about this case? Are you, Ms. Moranis, a member of We Sleep? Of Awake America? Of Mothers for Biological Parity? 389 dismissals for cause, an unthinkable number in any other voir dire. The jury had ended up 8 men and 4 women, 7 white, 3 black, 1 Asian, 1 Latino, 5 college-educated, 7 with high school certification or less, 9 younger than 50, 3 older, 8 biological parents, 3 childless, 1 with legal egg donor surrogate status, 6 working, 6 on the dole, no sleepless. A citizen shall be tried by a jury of his peers. You may begin, Mr. Hossack, the judge said to the prosecuting attorney, a heavy man with thick gray hair and the considerable trial asset of being able to command attention through stillness. Like everyone else in the United States, with access to a comprehensive database, Lisha now knew all about Jeffrey Hossack. He was 54 years old, had a win-loss ratio of 23 to 9, and had never been audited by the IRS or reprimanded by the ABA. His wife bought only real wheat bread, 3 loaves a week. Hossack subscribed to 2 news grids and a private channel for Civil War buffs. His oldest daughter was failing trigonometry. He and Judge Deepford both had records as fair, honest, and capable practitioners of the law. Weeks ago, Lisha, sitting before her terminal after her meticulous combing of Deepford's trial record, had pondered Deepford's and Hossack's dossiers. She hadn't expected that Sanctuary could manipulate the choice of either judge or prosecuting attorney. Sleepless power was mostly economic, not political. There weren't enough of them to constitute a voting bloc, and they were too resented to gain elected office. Sanctuary could, of course, buy individual judges, lawyers, or congressmen, and probably did, but nothing indicated that Hossack or Deepford were for sale. More important, Deepford was not a sleeper fanatic. Whatever his personal feelings, he had presided over 9 civil suits with Sleepless litigants. There were very few criminal cases against Sleepless, and in each case, Deepford's performance had been fair and reasonable. He tended to adhere closely to narrow interpretations of both the rules of evidence and the law itself, but that was the only point on which Lisha would have challenged him. Hossack's opening statement to the jury set out his case swiftly and cleanly. Evidence existed to prove that the Y-energy deflector on Dr. Timothy Hurlinger's scooter had been tampered with. Further evidence would tie this tampering to Jennifer Sharifi. The scooter was equipped with a retina scanner, ladies and gentlemen, which showed 3 prints: a neighbor child who had been playing outside that morning, Dr. Hurlinger himself, and the print of an adult sleepless female. We will further demonstrate that this sleepless woman was someone in the very highest reaches of sanctuary power, someone who controlled the most advanced technology in the world. Hossack paused. We will be entering in evidence a pendant found in the parking garage at Sleepless, beside the spot occupied by Dr. Hurlinger's scooter. That pendant contains a microchip so advanced, so different, that government experts still can't duplicate it. We can't understand how it was made, but we can understand what it does. We tried it. It opens the gates of sanctuary. In short, the state will prove that the scooter tampering was part of an elaborate illegal scheme planned and carried out by Sanctuary. We will then prove that the only person who could have masterminded this scheme was Jennifer Sharifi, creator and director of illicit power networks that include infiltration of the national banking system and even of government data storage, a concern so grave it is currently under investigation by a special task force at the United States Justice Department. Objection, Will Sandaleros called. Mr. Hossack, said the judge, you are clearly beyond the boundaries of an opening statement. The jury will disregard all reference to any parallel investigations by anybody in this murder case. The jury were all staring at Jennifer, straight-backed in her white abaya behind a bulletproof shield. The word power hung in the air like a high-density charge. Jennifer never glanced sideways. Ms. Sharifi's motive, Hossack continued, was to suppress patents which, if developed and marketed, would enable sleepers to become sleepless, with the same biological advantages as Sleepless. Sanctuary does not want us, you and me, to have these advantages. Sanctuary, led by Jennifer Sharifi, was willing to commit murder in order to prevent that. Lisha studied the jury. They were listening hard, but she could tell nothing from the rigid sleeper faces. In contrast to Hossack, Will Sandaleros sailed into his opening statement in low key. I'm at a loss to refute the prosecution's actual case, he began. His handsome, sharply chiseled face, the sleeper parents who rejected him, Lisha remembered, had purchased extensive appearance gene mods, looked modestly bewildered. No Sleepless, Lisha well knew, could afford to approach a jury with anything that could be interpreted as arrogance. She leaned forward, ignoring the inevitable curious stares from other spectators, studying Sandaleros closely. He looked focused and energetic. He looked competent. The fact is, Sandaleros continued, that there is no case to refute. Jennifer Sharifi is innocent of murder. The prosecution has no conclusive evidence, as I shall show, to tie Jennifer Sharifi or the corporate entity of Sanctuary to the scooter tampering, to any patent dispute, or to any murder conspiracy. What the prosecution does have, ladies and gentlemen, is a thin web of circumstance, hearsay, and forced connections. And something else. Sandaleros moved very close to the jury box, closer than Lisha ever allowed herself to get, and leaned forward. A woman in the first row shrank back slightly. What the prosecution has, ladies and gentlemen, is a thicker web, much thicker than its web of evidence, of innuendo, prejudice, and unwarranted connections built on hatred and suspicion of Ms. Sharifi, because she is a Sleepless. Objection, Hossack called. Sandaleros rolled on as if he hadn't heard. I say this to bring the real issues of this trial out, where we all can see them. Jennifer Sharifi is a Sleepless. I am a Sleepless. Objection, Hossack called again, with real anger. Counsel is attempting to put the prosecution on trial here. The law makes no distinction between sleeper and sleepless in the commission of a crime, and neither shall our use of the rules of evidence. Every pair of eyes in the courtroom, Sleeper, sleepless, augmented, clouded, tunnel-visioned, uncertain, fanatic, looked at Judge Deepford, who didn't hesitate. He had obviously thought this issue through beforehand. "I will allow it," he said quietly, thereby departing from his own record, and making clear how very wide a latitude he would allow Sandaleros to avoid the appearance of prejudice in his courtroom. Lisha found that the nails of her right hand were digging into her left. There was a trap here. "Your Honor," Hossack began, very still. "Objection overruled, Mr. Hossack. Mr. Sandaleros, proceed." "Jennifer Sharifi is a sleepless," Sandaleros repeated. "I am a sleepless. This is the trial of a sleepless accused of murdering a sleeper, accused because she is a sleepless." "Objection! The defendant stands accused by a grand jury's consideration of the evidence." Everyone gazed at Hossack. Lisha saw the moment he realized he had played into Sandaleros's hands. No matter what the evidence said, everyone in the courtroom knew that Jennifer Sharifi had been indicted by the 23 sleepers on the grand jury because she was sleepless. Fear, not evidence, had indicted her. By denying it, Hossack himself looked either dishonest or stupid. A man who could not name ugly reality. A man whose statements should be doubted. Hossack, Lisha saw, had just had his own sense of fairness and justice used against him to make him look like a hypocritical ass. Jennifer Sharifi never moved. The first witnesses were people who had been at the site of Timothy Hurlinger's death. Hossack paraded a variety of street team police, pedestrians, and the driver of the car, a nervous, thin woman who barely restrained herself from crying. Through them, Hossack established that Hurlinger had been exceeding the speed limit, had made a sharp left turn, and like most scooter drivers, had probably relied on the automatic Y energy deflector shield to keep him the standard foot away from anything on the other side of him. Instead, he had crashed headfirst into the side of the ground car driven by Ms. Stacy Hillman, who had already started to pull forward as the traffic field changed. Hurlinger never wore a helmet. Deflectors made helmets superfluous. He had died instantly. The street team police robot had made its gross check of the scooter and discovered the failed deflector. Or rather, since deflectors never failed and such a possibility was not in its programming, it had listed the scooter as performing safely. This was so contrary to witness reports that a policeman had cautiously mounted the scooter, tried it, and discovered the failure for himself. The scooter had been sent to Forensic Energy for expert analysis. Ellen Kasabian, chief of Forensic Energy, was a large woman with a slow, measured speech that juries found authoritative, but which Lisha knew could conceal a stubborn inflexibility. Hossack questioned her closely about the scooter. "What specifically was the nature of the tampering?" "The shield was set to fail at the first impact at a speed above 15 miles per hour. "Is that an easy tampering to create?" "No. A device was attached to the Y cone to bring the failure about." She described the device, quickly becoming incomprehensibly technical. Nevertheless, the jury listened intently. "Have you ever seen such a device before?" "No. To my knowledge, it's a new invention." "Then how do you know it does what you tell us it does?" "We tested it extensively." "Could you now, as a result of your testing, duplicate the device?" "No." "Oh, I'm sure someone could, but it's complicated. We had Defense Department specialists look at it." "We'll be calling them as witnesses." "And they said," Kasabian continued, undeflectable, "that it involved new technology." "So, a very sophisticated, even unusual intelligence would be needed to engineer this tampering." "Objection," Sandalero said. "Witness is being asked for her opinion." Hossack said, "Her professional opinion is well within the ground established by her credentials." "I'll allow it," the judge said. Hossack repeated his question. "So, a very sophisticated, even unusual intelligence would be necessary to do this tampering?" "Yes," Kasabian said. "An extremely unusual person or group of persons?" "Yes." Hossack let that hang in the air while he examined his notes. Lisha watched how the jurors' eyes searched the courtroom for the sleepless, an intelligent and unusual group of persons. Hossack said, "Now, let's consider the third retinal print, registered on the scanner the morning Dr. Hurlinger died. How can you be so sure it was that of an adult sleepless female?" "Retina prints are scans of tissue. Like all tissue, it breaks down with age. There's what we call blurring, places where cells are broken and haven't regenerated. It's nerve tissue, remember? Or are malformed. Sleepless tissue doesn't do that. It regenerates, somehow." Lisha heard the ambivalence on somehow. the bitter wistfulness she had first heard 21 years ago from Susan Melling. And the retina scans are very distinctive, sharp, no blurring. The older the subject, the more surely we can identify a sleepless print. With young children, it's sometimes hard to tell the difference, even for the computer. But this was an adult female sleepless. I see. And it matches with no known sleepless? No, the print isn't on file. Clarify something for the court, Ms. Kasabian. When the defendant, Jennifer Sharifi, was arrested, her retina print was taken? Yes. And does it match with the scan on Dr. Herlinger's scooter? It does not. There is no way Ms. Sharifi tampered with that scooter herself. No, Kasabian said, thereby allowing the prosecution to make this point before the defense could put it to more dramatic use. Does the print match that of Lisha Camden, who had been in the same building with Dr. Herlinger just before his death? No. All eyes turned towards Lisha. But it was a sleepless who bent close to that scanner, the last person to do so, sometime between the time Herlinger left home that morning and the time he died at 9:32 a.m. A sleepless who therefore tampered with the scooter. Objection, Sandaleros called. An inference on the part of the witness. Withdrawn, Hossack said. He was silent a moment, again drawing all eyes to him by the profound, taut quality of his stillness. Then he repeated slowly, a sleepless print. A sleepless. And only then, nothing further. Sandaleros was savage about the retina print. Gone was the bewildered modesty of his opening statement. Ms. Kasabian, how many retina prints of Sleepless are stored in the law enforcement net of the United States? 133? Only 133 out of a Sleepless population of over 20,000? That's correct, Kasabian said. And from the small shift of her weight on the witness chair, Lisha saw for the first time that Ellen Kasabian disliked Sleepless. That seems a very small number, Sandaleros marveled. Tell me, under what circumstances does a person's retina print enter the law enforcement file? When he's booked for arrest. That's the only way? Or if he's part of the law enforcement system itself, police personnel, judges, prison guards, like that. Attorneys too? Yes. So that is how, say, Lisha Camden's print was available for you to check? Yes. Ms. Kasabian, what percentage of those 133 retina prints from Sleepless belong to LawNet personnel? Kasabian clearly didn't like answering this. 80%. 80? You mean only 20% of 133 Sleepless, 27 people, have been arrested in the 9 years that retina print records have been kept? Yes, Kasabian said, too neutrally. Do you know what those arrests were for? 3 disorderly conduct, 2 petty larceny, 22 public disturbance. It would appear, Sandalero said dryly, that Sleepless are a pretty law-abiding lot, Ms. Kasabian. Yes. In fact, it would appear from the retina records that the most unusual Sleepless crime is simply existing, thereby constituting a public disturbance. Objection, called Hossack. Sustained. Mr. Sandaleros, do you have any additional questions pertinent to Ms. Kasabian's actual testimony? And yet, thought Lisha, Deepford had allowed the introduction of the retina statistics. Clearly not in proof order, and only marginally relevant. I do, Sandalero snapped. His whole demeanor changed. He seemed suddenly taller, subtly fiercer. As he had with the jury, he moved slightly closer to the forensic expert. Ms. Kasabian, can a retina scanner be loaded with a retina print by a third party? No, no more than a third party could, for instance, leave your fingerprint on a gun if you were not there. But a third party could substitute a gun with my fingerprints for one with somebody else's. Could a scanner with pre-recorded retina prints be substituted for an existing scanner without detection, if the person doing the substitution kept his face well away from the scanner as he did so? Well, it would be very difficult. Scanners are protected by security measures that. Would it be possible? Kasabian said reluctantly. Only by someone with immense engineering knowledge and experience, an unusual person. May it please the court, Sandalero said crisply. I would like to have replayed that portion of the record in which Ms. Kasabian discussed the qualifications of the person we know tampered with the scooter deflection field. Recorder, search and read, Deepford said. The computer read, Mr. Hossack. So, a very sophisticated, even unusual intelligence would be needed to engineer this tampering. Dr. Kasabian, yes. Mr. Hossack, an extremely unusual person or group of persons. Dr. Kasabian. Yes. Mr. Hossack. How much prior? Sufficient, Sandalero said. So, what we have here is someone who is capable of tampering with Y energy, and so must be, in your own words, Dr. Kasabian, also capable of substituting a preloaded scanner for the one already on Dr. Herlinger's scooter. I didn't say, is that scenario possible? It would have to. Just answer the question. Is it possible? Ellen Kasabian drew a deep breath. Her brows rushed together. Clearly, she would have liked to tear Sandaleros apart. A long moment passed. Finally, she said, it is possible. No further questions? The forensic chief stared at Sandaleros in silent fury. Lisha walked to the window of her library and looked out over the midnight lights of Chicago. The trial had recessed for the weekend, and she had gone home, unable to bear the motel in Conowongo longer than necessary. The apartment was very quiet. Sometime during the past week, Kevin had moved out his furniture and pictures. She walked back to her terminal. The message hadn't changed. Sanctuary net. Access denied. Password override. Voice and retina identification. Previous command. Access denied. The sanctuary net, which had always been open to every sleepless in the world, would not even acknowledge her in stringent ID mode. But that was illusory. Lisha knew it. There was more Jennifer wanted her to discover than just the bald fact of her exclusion. Personal call urgent for Jennifer Sharifi. Password override. Voice and retina identification. Access denied. Personal call urgent for Richard Keller. Password override. Voice and retina identification. Access denied. She tried to think. There was a heaviness around her skull, like being deep underwater. The newest vase of Alice's perpetual flowers filled the air with oppressive sweetness. Personal call urgent for Tony Indovino. Password override. Voice and retina identification. Cassie Blumenthal, a member of the Sanctuary Council, appeared on screen. Lisha, I'm speaking for Jennifer whenever you access this recorded message. The Sanctuary Council has voted in the Oath of Solidarity. Those who have not taken the oath are denied access to the Sanctuary net, to Sanctuary itself, and to all commerce with anyone who has taken the oath. You are hereby denied all such access permanently and irrevocably. Jennifer further asked me to tell you to reread Abraham Lincoln's speech to the Illinois Republican Convention of June 1858, and to add that the historic precepts of the past have not been recalled simply because Kenzo Yagai inflated personal achievement above the value of community. As of the 1st of next month, all sanctuary oath holders will begin divestiture of commercial relationships with you, with Camden Enterprises, with subsidiary holdings thereof, and with all direct and indirect holdings of Kevin Baker, including GroupNet, if he continues to refuse community solidarity. That is all. The screen went blank. Lisha sat still a long moment. She directed the library bank to bring up Lincoln's speech. Words scrolled across the screen, and the sonorous voice of an actor began to recite, but she needed neither. At the first words, she remembered which speech it was. Lincoln, his law practice rebuilt after debts and disillusionment, accepted the Republican nomination to run for Congress against Stephen Douglas, brilliant proponent of territories' right to choose slavery for themselves. Lincoln addressed the contentious and fiery convention. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Lisha turned off the terminal. She walked to the room she and Kevin had used for their infrequent sex. He had taken the bed with him. After a while, she lay down on the floor, palms flat at her side, breathing carefully. Richard, Kevin, Stella, Sanctuary. She wondered how much more she had left to lose. Jennifer faced Will Sandaleros through a prison security field that shimmered slightly, just enough to soften the hard young line of his Jean Maud jaw. She said, the evidence connecting me to the scooter tampering is mostly circumstantial. Is the jury bright enough to see that? He didn't lie to her. Sleeper juries. There was a long silence. Jennifer, are you eating? You don't look well. She was genuinely surprised. He still thought all of that mattered, how she looked, whether she ate. On the heels of surprise came displeasure. She had thought Sandaleros was beyond that sort of sentimentality. She needed him to be beyond it, to understand that such things were perfectly irrelevant in the face of what she had to do, and what she needed him to do for her. For what else was she disciplining herself, if not for the subordination of such things as how she looked or felt? To what was really important? To Sanctuary? She was in a place now where nothing else mattered, could be allowed to matter, and she had fought very hard to get to this place. She had turned the confinement and the isolation and the separation from her children and the personal shame into roads to reach this place, and so into triumphs of will and achievement. She had thought Will Sandaleros could see that. He must travel that same road, would have to travel it, because she needed him at its end. But she mustn't try to bring him to that place too fast. That had been her mistake with Richard. She had thought Richard was traveling beside her as cleanly and as swiftly, and instead he had faltered, and she had not seen it, and Richard had broken. The responsibility for that was hers, because she had not seen the faltering. Richard had been tied to the outside in ways she had overlooked, to the outside, to outworn ideals, and perhaps still to Lisha Camden. The realization brought no jealousy. Richard had not been strong enough. That was all. Will Sandaleros, raised in sanctuary, owing his life to sanctuary, would be. Jennifer would make him strong enough, but not too fast. So she said, "I'm fine. What else do you have for me?" Lisha accessed the net last night. She nodded. Good. And the others on our list? All but Kevin Baker, although he did move out of their apartment. Pleasure flooded her. Can he be persuaded to the oath? I don't know. If he can be, do you want him inside? No, outside. He'll be difficult to hold under electronic surveillance. God, Jennifer, he invented most of that stuff. I don't want him under surveillance. At all. That's not the way to hold a man like Kevin. Nor is solidarity. We'll do it with economic interests and contractual rules. The tools of Yagaism in our own interests, and everything unguarded. Sandaleros looked dubious, but he didn't argue. That was another thing she would have to shape in him. He must learn to argue with her. The forged metal was always stronger than the unforged. She said, "Who else outside has taken the oath?" He gave her the names, with plans to move each to sanctuary. She listened carefully. The other name she wanted to hear was not there. Stella Bevington? No. There's time. She bent her head and then asked it, the one question per visit she allowed herself, the last weakness left. And my children? They're well. Nadja, give them my love. Now there is something you must begin for me, Will, an important next step. Maybe the most important sanctuary's ever taken. What? She told him. Jordan closed his office door. Sound stopped instantly. The rat-a-tat-tat of machinery on the factory floor, the rock music, the calling voices, and most of all the news grid coverage of the Sharifi trial on the 2 superscreens Hawk had rented and set up at either end of the cavernous main building. It all stopped. Jordan had had his office soundproofed, paying for it himself. He leaned against the closed door, grateful for silence. The comlink shrilled. "Jordan, you there?" Maylene said from the security kiosk. "Trouble in Building 3. I can't find Mr. Hawk nowhere. You better get." "What kind of trouble?" "Fight, looks like. Screen ain't positioned well over there. Somebody should take a look at it, if they don't break it first." "I'm going," Jordan said, yanking open the door. "So I told her. Hand me that there number 5. Latest testimony seems to reveal doubts on the part of Dr. Adam Walcott, alleged victim of sanctuary conspiracy to dancing all night with you. Vicious attack on Sleepless firm of Carver and daughter last night by unspecified. When his vacation came, Jordan thought, he would spend all of it somewhere silent, deserted, empty, alone. He ran the length of the main plant, outside and across a narrow lot. The Mississippians called it the yard. Toward the smaller buildings used to inspect and store parts from suppliers, to stock scooter inventory, and to service equipment. Building 3 was receiving inspection, half warehouse, half sorting station to separate incoming We Sleep scooter parts into the defective and the usable. There were a lot of defective. Spray foam packing crates littered the floor. In the back, between high storage shelves, people shouted. As Jordan ran toward the door, an 8-foot-high section of shelf crashed to the floor, scattering parts like shrapnel. A woman screamed. Plant security was already there, 2 burly uniformed men restraining a man and a woman, both struggling and yelling. The guards looked bewildered. Assault was rare among We Sleep employees, brought to a fever pitch of loyalty by Hawk. On the floor, a third man sat moaning, holding his head. Beyond him, a huge figure lay still, soaked with blood. "What the hell happened here?" Jordan demanded. "Who's that? Joey?" He's a Sleepless, the woman shrieked. She tried to kick the prostrate giant with the toe of her boot. The guard yanked her backwards. The huge, bloody figure stirred. Joey? A Sleepless? Jordan said. He stepped over the moaning employee and turned the giant over. It was like turning a beached whale. Joey, he had no other name, weighed 350 pounds and stood 6'5", a mentally retarded man of immense strength, whom Hawk let live, work, and eat at the factory. Joey hauled boxes and did other menial work that at any but a We Sleep factory would have been automated. He worked just as tirelessly as a robot, Hawk said, and he was a bona fide member of that class We Sleep was lifting out of dependent degradation. It had struck Jordan that Joey was now as dependent on Hawk as he ever could have been on the dole, as degraded by his co-workers' cruel jokes as he would have been in any government dorm. Jordan had kept such observations to himself. Joey seemed happy, and he was slavishly grateful to Hawk. Weren't they all? He's a Sleepless, the woman spat. We got no place here for his kind. Joey a Sleepless? That made no sense. Jordan said coldly to the man still straining against the guard's grip. Jenkins, security's going to let you go. If you make one move toward Joey before I get to the bottom of this, you're through here. Got that? Jenkins nodded sullenly. To the guard, Jordan said, report in to Maylene that this is under control. Tell her to call for an ambulance, 2 patients. Now you, Jenkins, tell me what happened here. Jenkins said, Bastard's a Sleepless. We don't want no... What makes you think he's a Sleepless? We've been watching him, Jenkins said. Turner and Hawley and me. He don't sleep. Never. Spying on us, the woman shrilled. Probably a spy for Sanctuary and that murdering bitch Sharifi. Jordan turned his back on her. Kneeling, he peered into Joey's bloody face. The eyelids were closed, but twitching, and Jordan knew suddenly that Joey was pretending unconsciousness. The giant wore the cheapest of plastic clothing, now badly torn. With his untrimmed beard and hair, his unwashed smell, and the blood smeared across his huge body, he looked to Jordan like some cornered, mangy animal, a battered bull elephant or limping bison. Jordan had never heard of a mentally retarded Sleepless, but if Joey were old enough, he looked older than God, he might have had only his sleep-regulating genes modified without even a check on the rest. And if his natural IQ was very low, but why would he be here? Sleepless took care of their own. Jordan's body blocked the other's view of Joey's face. The stupid woman was still shouting about spies and sabotage. Softly, Jordan said, Joey, are you a Sleepless? The grimy eyelids twitched frantically. Joey, answer me now. Are you a Sleepless? Joey opened his eyes. He always obeyed direct orders. Tears trickled through the blood and dirt. Mr. Watrous, don't tell Mr. Hawk. Please, please, please don't tell Mr. Hawk. Pity scalded Jordan. He stood. To his surprise, Joey also staggered to his feet, steadying himself against another shelf, which shivered precariously. Joey shrank against Jordan, overwhelming Jordan with his smell. The giant was terrified. Of Jenkins, looking sullenly at the floor, of Turner, moaning and bleeding, of the filthy-mouthed Hawley, who weighed maybe 105 pounds. Shut up, Jordan said to her. Campbell, you stay with Turner until the ambulance gets here. Jenkins, you and she start cleaning this mess up. Get someone off Station 6 to make sure parts flow to the lines isn't interrupted. Both of you report to Hawk's office at 3 this afternoon. Joey, you go with Campbell and Turner in the ambulance. No, Joey whimpered. He clutched Jordan's arm. Outside, ambulance sirens shrieked. How did ambulance medics react to Sleepless? All right, Jordan snapped. All right, Joey. I'll tell them to check you here. Joey's cuts were actually superficial. There was more blood than damage. After the medics had checked him out, Jordan led Joey around the outside of the main building, in the side door, and to his own office, all the while marveling. Joey, a Sleepless? Incompetent, dirty, terrified, stupid, dependent Joey? The soundproofed door extinguished all noise. Now you tell me, Joey, how did you come to this factory? I walked. I mean, why? Why did you come to a We Sleep factory? I don't know. Did someone tell you to come here? Mr. Hawk. Oh, Mr. Watrous, don't tell Mr. Hawk. Please, please, please don't tell Mr. Hawk. Don't be afraid, Joey. Just listen to me. Where did you live before Mr. Hawk brought you here? I don't know. But you ought to know. Jordan kept at it. gently and persistently, but Joey didn't know. Not where he was born, not what had happened to his parents, not how old he was. All he seemed to remember, repeated over and over, was that Mrs. Cheever told him never to tell anyone he was a sleepless or people would hurt him. At night, he should go away by himself and lie down. This Joey did faithfully because Mrs. Cheever had told him to. He couldn't remember who Mrs. Cheever was, or why she'd been kind to him, or what had happened to her. Joey, Jordan said. Did you? Don't tell Mr. Hawk. Maylene's face appeared on the comlink. Jordan, Mr. Hawk is coming in now. Holly Newman told me what happened. Her image peered curiously at Joey. He's a sleepless? Don't you start, Maylene. Shit, all I said was... Hawk rolled into the room on a tide of sound. Immediately, the office was his. He filled it with his presence, nearly as large as Joey's, but so much more compelling that Jordan, who thought he was used to Hawk, felt himself dwindle once more into insignificance. Campbell told me what happened. Joey's a sleepless? Joey moaned. He put his hands over his face. The fingers were like bloody bananas. Jordan expected that Hawk would immediately grasp his mistake and remedy it. Hawk was good with people. But instead, Hawk went on gazing silently at Joey, smiling faintly, not amused, but oddly pleased, as if something about Joey made him feel good, and there was no reason to hide that. Mr. Hawk, do I? In his anguish, the giant started to stutter. I have to go? Why, no, of course not, Joey, Hawk said. You can stay here if you want. Hope struggled grotesquely on Joey's face. Even if I never sleep? Even if you're sleepless, Hawk agreed smoothly. He still smiled. We can use you here. Joey staggered to Hawk and fell to his knees. He threw his arms around Hawk's waist, buried his head against Hawk's hard belly, and sobbed. Hawk didn't shrink from the smell, the dirt, the blood. He went on staring down at Joey, smiling faintly. Jordan went sick inside. Hawk, he can't stay here. You know that. He can't. Hawk stroked Joey's filthy hair. Jordan said harshly, Joey, leave my office. This is still my office. Leave it now. Go. He couldn't send Joey onto the plant floor. Word would be all over the factory by now. Hawk's office was locked. The outbuildings were worse yet. There was no place at We Sleep that Joey would be safe from his coworkers. Send him to my security shack, Maylene's image said. Jordan had forgotten the comlink was still open. Ain't nobody gonna bother him here. Startled, Jordan considered rapidly. Maylene controlled weapons, but no, she wouldn't. He heard that somehow in her voice. Go to Maylene's guard shack, Joey, Jordan said, with as much authority as he could. Go now. Joey didn't move. Go on, Joey, Hawk said in his amused voice, and Joey went. Jordan faced his boss. They'll kill him if he stays here. You don't know that. Yes, I do, and so do you. You've encouraged so much hate for Sleepless. He stopped. This was what We Sleep meant then. Not just hatred for Kevin Baker and Lisha Camden and Jennifer Sharifi, powerful, smart people who could take care of themselves, who were economic opponents with all the best economic weapons on their side, but also hatred for Joey No Name, who wouldn't recognize an economic weapon if he tripped over it, which he probably would. Don't think like that, Jordan, Hawk said quietly. Joey is an anomaly, a blip in the Sleepless statistics. He's insignificant in the real war for justice. Not insignificant enough for you to ignore. If you really thought he was insignificant, you'd send him away, to safety. They'll kill him here, and you'll let them, because that's one more way to gain the thrill of a triumph over the Sleepless, isn't it? Hawk sat down on Jordan's desk with the expansive, easy movement Jordan had seen him make 100 times before. 100. 1,000, counting all the times Hawk had haunted him in dreams. Hawk was settling in with his easy movements for a pleasant picking at Jordan's reasoning, a pleasant demolishment of Jordan's naive beliefs, an easy triumph over a mind that couldn't begin to match Hawk's. Not this time. Hawk said easily, You're overlooking a crucial point, Jordy. The basis for any individual dignity must be individual choice. Joey chooses to stay here. Every proponent of human dignity, from Kenzo Yagai back through Abraham Lincoln, clear back to Euripides, has argued that individual choice must supersede community pressure. Why, Lincoln himself said, I know your wonderful Aunt Lisha could supply the whole quotation. On the subject of the danger to emancipated slaves, Jordan said. I quit. Hawk smiled. Now, Geordie, haven't we been through this before? And with what results? Jordan walked out. Hawk would let him, Jordan, be killed too, in a different way. He had been doing just that, in fact, all along, and Jordan had never seen it. Or was this, too, this goading of Jordan through poor Geordie, was this too deliberate on Hawk's part? Did Hawk want him to quit? There was no way to be sure. The noise of the plant rushed over him. On the north superscreen was framed an aerial shot of sanctuary, wilderness surrounding the high-tech domes of Salamanca. Military buffs have long enjoyed devising feasible hypothetical assaults on this supposedly impregnable rat-a-tat-tat. Halloogan with my baby. Jordan walked out the side door. Joey outweighed him by 175 pounds. There was no way Jordan could get him away from the factory by force. Joey wasn't persuadable, not by anyone but Hawk. Jordan couldn't leave him here. How? In the security kiosk, Joey's huge body slumped against the one wall not made of transparent plastic. Mayling cut off the comlink to Hawk's office. She must have heard the entire discussion between Jordan and Hawk. She avoided Jordan's eyes, gazing down at the unconscious Joey. I give him some of my great-grandmama's tea. Tea? We river rats know a lot you California boys don't never guess, Mayleen said wearily. Get him out of here, Jordan. I done called Campbell. He'll help you load Joey into your car, if Mr. Hawk don't tell him different first. Move fast. Why, Mayleen? Why help a Sleepless? Mayleen shrugged. Then her voice turned passionate. Shit, look at him! Even my baby's dirty diaper don't smell like that. You think I need to fight that to get somewhere in this here world? He ain't in my way, no matter if he don't need to sleep or eat or even breathe. Her tone changed yet again. Poor beggar. Jordan brought his car to the front gate. He, Mayleen, and the unsuspecting Campbell heaved Joey into it. Just before he drove away, Jordan stuck his head out the car window. Mayleen? What? She had turned prickly again. Her colorless hair straggled into her face, disordered by the effort of hauling Joey. Come with me. You don't believe any more that this is right. Mayleen's face closed, heat into ice. No. But you see that. This is all I got for hope, Jordan. This. Here. She went into the security kiosk and bent over her surveillance equipment. Jordan drove off, his captive rescued Sleepless, filling the back seat. Jordan didn't look back at the We Sleep factory. Not this time. This time, he wasn't going back. 14. During the third week of the trial, while Richard Keller testified against his wife, activity in the press box became frantic. The hollow artist's fingers flew. The color journalists whispered sub-vocal notes, the men's Adam's apples working soundlessly. On a few faces, Lisha saw the small, cruel smiles of small, cruel people watching pain. Richard wore a dark suit over a black body stretch. Lisha remembered all the light colors he'd programmed into posters and windows everywhere he'd ever lived. Sea colors, usually. Green, blue, the subtle grays and creams of foam. Richard sat slumped forward in the witness box, palms flat on his knees, the courtroom light flat on skin stretched taut over broad features. His nails, she saw, were ragged, not really clean. Richard, whose passion was the sea. Hosek said, When did you first realize your wife had stolen Dr. Walcott's patents and filed them under the name of Sanctuary? Instantly, Sandalaros was on his feet. Objection! It has been established as fact nowhere, that patents were stolen, or by whom. Sustained, the judge said. He looked hard at Hosek. You know better than that, Mr. Hosek. When, Mr. Keller, did your wife first tell you that Sanctuary had filed patents on research to enable sleepers to become sleepless? Richard spoke in monotone. The morning of August 28th. 6 weeks after the actual filing date. Yes. And what was your reaction? I asked her, Richard said, his hands still flat on his knees, who in Sanctuary had developed the patents. And what did she answer? She told me that we had taken them from outside and had them backfiled in the United States Patent Office system. Objection! Hearsay! Overruled, Deepford said. She told you, in other words, Hossack continued, that she was responsible for both stealing and for invasion of United States data nets. Yes, she told me that. Did you question her on how this alleged theft had been accomplished? Yes. Tell the court what she said. This was what the press wanted. This was what the spectators jammed knee to thigh had come for. To hear the power of sanctuary exposed from the inside, gutted by a Sleepless who was gutting himself to do it. Lisha could taste the tension. It had a coppery, salty taste like blood. Richard said, I explained to Lisha Camden once that I am not a datanet expert. I don't know how it was accomplished. I didn't ask. What little I do know is on record with the United States Department of Justice. If you want to hear it, play the recording. I will not repeat it. Judge Deepford leaned sideways over the bench. Mr. Keller, you are under oath. Answer the question. No, Richard said. If you don't answer, the judge said, not ungently, I'll place you in contempt. Richard began to laugh. Contempt? Place me in contempt? He stopped laughing and raised his hands to the height of his shoulders like a dazed boxer. His hands dropped. He let them dangle limply by his sides. No matter what was said to him, he sat unanswering, only smiling once in a while and murmuring contempt, until the judge declared an hour's recess. When court reconvened, Deepford looked tired. Everyone but Will Sandaleros looked tired. Dismembering a man, Lisha thought numbly, was hard work. Will Sandaleros looked on fire. Hossack dangled a pendant by its gold chain in front of the witness. Do you recognize this, Mr. Keller? Yes. The skin on Richard's face looked puffy, like old dough. What is it? It's a micro-power controller keyed to Sanctuary's Y-field. The jury stared at the pendant in Hossack's hand. A few leaned forward. One man slowly shook his head. The pendant was tear-shaped, of some smooth, opaque substance, the green of fresh apples. According to the testimony of the surly garage attendant, he had found the thing near Dr. Herlinger's scooter slot just moments after seeing a figure, masked and gloved, run out a side entrance. The shield on the entrance had been taken down. So it don't record my every little coming and going all day, you know, the attendant said. Surveillance tape verified this testimony. Lisha hadn't doubted it in the first place. Long experience had taught her to recognize a witness too uninterested in justice to care about perverting it. The green pendant swung gently in Hossack's finger. Who owns this device, Mr. Keller? I don't know. The sanctuary pendants aren't individualized in any way, with initials or by color or anything at all? No. How many exist? I don't know. Why is that? Hossack said. I wasn't in charge of their manufacture or distribution. Who was? My wife. You mean the defendant, Jennifer Sharifi? Yes. Hossack let that hang there while he consulted his notes. My wife. What, Lisha could almost hear the jury think, does it take to make a husband condemn his wife? Her fingers tightened against each other. Mr. Keller, you are a member of the Sanctuary Council. Why don't you know how many of these pendants exist? Because I didn't want to know. If she had been Richard's lawyer, Lisha thought, she would never have let him say that. But Richard had refused all counsel. She wondered suddenly if he had a pendant of his own. Did little Naja? Ricky? Hossack said, wasn't the reason you didn't want to know anything about the pendants because your wife's other activities appalled you so much? Objection, Sandaleros cried furiously. Not only is Mr. Hossack feeding the witness prejudicial opinions, but, as I've repeatedly tried to point out, this entire line of evidence has not been tied directly to my client and is in fact irrelevant. Opposing counsel knows there are at least 20 other people with those pendants. He agreed to that stipulation. If Mr. Hossack thinks he can milk irrelevant circumstances for their thrill value, Your Honor, Hossack said, we're establishing that the link between Sanctuary and the scooter tampering is an unequivocally clear one. That objection. Do you think that even if that amulet could be shown to belong to a member of Sanctuary, that any Sleepless would be so stupid as to drop it? This is clearly a frame. And Ms. Sharifi, objection. Counsel will approach the bench. Sandaleros made a visible effort to control himself. Hossack sailed forward, all grave mass. Deepford leaned over the bench toward them, his face rigid with anger. But he was not as angry as Sandaleros when the two lawyers returned. Lisha closed her eyes. She knew now what to expect when Sandaleros cross-examined. She hadn't been sure before. Now she knew. It wasn't long coming. And so you are telling this court, Mr. Keller, Will Sandaleros began with clear disbelief, that your motive for betraying your wife by going to Lisha Camden? Move to strike, Hossack said wearily. Betrayal is clearly an inflammatory word. Sustained, the judge said. So you are telling this court that your motive for revealing to Lisha Camden your wife's alleged surveillance activities and alleged theft, your motive for this was concern for her under a law that had not protected your business from being ruined by prejudice on the part of sleepers? Had not protected your friend Anthony Indovino from being murdered by sleepers? Had not— Objection, Hossack cried. I'll allow it, Deepford said. His face sagged. Had not protected your children from being dangerously menaced by a We Sleep mob at Stars and Stripes Airport? Had not protected your marine research ship from being sunk by parties unknown, but allegedly sleepers? After all these failures of the law to protect you in these circumstances, your motive for turning in your wife was a concern for her under the law? Yes, Richard said hoarsely. There was no other way to stop Jennifer. I told her. I begged her. I went to Lisha before I knew about Herlinger. I hadn't— Lisha didn't tell me. Even Judge Deepford glanced away. Sandaleros repeated scathingly. And your motives for exposing your wife to Ms. Camden were conjugal concern and good citizenship. Very commendable. Tell me, Mr. Keller, were you and Lisha Camden ever lovers? Objection! Hossack all but screamed. Irrelevant! Your Honor! Deepford studied his gavel. Lisha, through her numbness, saw that he was going to allow the question, out of a concern for fairness to the minority, the persecuted, the habitually discriminated against. Overruled. Mr. Keller, Sandaleros said, between clenched teeth. He was becoming, Lisha saw, the avenging angel, layer by layer, cell by cell, gene by gene. The original Will Sandaleros was almost gone. Were you and Lisha Camden, the woman to whom you exposed your wife's alleged wrongdoing, ever lovers? Yes, Richard said. Since your marriage to Jennifer Sharifi? Yes, Richard said. When? Kevin's face was quiet on the hotel comm screen. Lisha said carefully, before you and I started living together, Jennifer was obsessed with Tony's memory, and Richard felt, it doesn't matter, Kevin. As soon as the words were out, she knew how stupid they were. It mattered profoundly. To the trial, to Richard, perhaps even still to Jennifer, although how could Lisha guess what mattered to Jennifer? She didn't understand Jennifer. Obsession fell within Lisha's comprehension. Obsessive secrecy, the preference for dark and silent plotting rather than lighted battles, did not. Jennifer knows. She knew at the time. Sometimes it almost seemed as if she wanted me to reach out to Richard. Kevin said, as if it were an answer, I'm taking the sanctuary oath. It was a moment before Lisha answered. Why? I can't do business otherwise, Lisha. Baker Enterprises is too deeply meshed with Donald Pospula's firm, with Aerodyne, with half a dozen other Sleepless companies. My losses would be enormous. You don't know the first thing about real losses. Lisha, it isn't a personal decision. Please try to see that. It's purely financial. Is that the only thing that matters? Of course not. But Sanctuary isn't asking for anything immoral. Only for community solidarity, based firmly on economic solidarity. That isn't— Lisha broke the comlink. She believed Kevin. His decision was purely economic. Within boundaries he could construe as moral. Emotional obsession like Jennifer's would never move him, never touch that smooth, clear face, nor the smooth, clear brain beneath it. Obsessions like Jennifer's, and like her own for the necessity of law. Days ago, she had asked herself what she had left to lose. Now she knew. Security encoded in secret pendants, oaths of fealty, planted evidence, because Will Sandaleros was right. No Sleepless would have ever left that pendant there. They were, all of them, too careful, but that fact would not be admissible in court. Generalities, even if profoundly true, even if crucial, never were. Lisha sat on the edge of the hotel bed. It dominated the room, that bed. She had assumed, on first checking in at Conowongo, that was because sex was so important to the business of hotels. Wrong assumption. Reasoning from parochial experience. It was sleep that was central to everyone's assumptions. It wasn't that she expected the practice of law to be clean. No trial lawyer expected that. Not after years of plea bargains and perjury and crooked cops, and political deals and misapplied statutes and biased juries. But she had believed that the law itself, apart from its practice, was, if not clean, at least large enough. She remembered the day she had realized that Yagaiist economics were not large enough. Their stress on individual excellence left out too many phenomena, too many people. Those who had no excellence and never would. The beggars, who nonetheless had definite if obscure roles to play in the way the world ran, they were like parasites on a mammal that tormented to a scratching frenzy that draws blood, but whose eggs serve as food for other insects that feed yet others who fatten the birds that are prey for the rodents the tormented mammal eats. A bloody ecology of trade, replacing the linear Yagaiist contracts occurring in a vacuum. The ecology was large enough to take sleepers and sleepless, producers and beggars, the excellent and the mediocre and the seemingly worthless. And what kept the ecology functioning was the law. But if the law itself was not large enough, not large enough to take in what a sleepless would do, unprovable but clear as air, to take in what had happened between Richard and her, to take in not only what Jennifer had done, but why, most of all, to take in that ineffable envy, as potent as genetic structure itself, but not able to be spliced, altered, engineered out of existence. Envy for the powerful. The law had never been able to take that in. It had created endless civil rights legislation to correct prejudice against the biologically identifiable, blacks, women, Chicanos, the handicapped. But never before in the United States had the objects of envy and the objects of biological prejudice been the same group, and United States law was not large enough to take that in. Elisha put her head between her knees. It was clear how the rest of the trial would go. Her own testimony would be discredited by Sandaleros as maneuverings by a jealous other woman against the legal wife. Richard would be discredited. Hosek would hit hard on his strong point, Sanctuary's power, Sleepless power. Sandaleros would not allow Jennifer to testify. Her composure would look like cold-bloodedness to a jury of sleepers, her desire to protect her own like an attack on the outside, which it had been. The jury could go either way, acquit on the supposed love triangle, and then Jennifer would escape the law, or convict because she was a powerful sleepless, and then Jennifer would never survive her fellow inmates. Sanctuary would withdraw deeper into itself, a powerful spider spinning electronic webs for its own protection around a country of sleepers, increasingly filled with fear of people they seldom saw, never netted with, and would not buy from lest the sleepless ruin the economy, of which they were either shadow or source. No one could tell for sure. They control things secretly, you know. They want to enslave us. They work with international competitors to bring us to our knees, and they don't stop at murder. And so prove that all along Jennifer had been right to protect her own. It was a snake swallowing its own tail, because the law, in its striving to be fair and treat all equally, left too much out. It was not large enough. It was not as large as the genetic and technological future, which, outgrowing it, would be lawless. Sitting on the edge of the bed in the dark hotel room, Elisha could feel her belief in the law leave her, as if the air itself were being sucked out of the room. She was choking, falling into a vacuum of cold and dark. The law wasn't large enough. It couldn't hold sleeper and sleepless together, after all. Couldn't provide any ethical way to judge behavior, and without judgment there was nothing. Only lawlessness, and the mob, and the void. She tried to stand, but her knees buckled. Nothing like this had happened to her before. She found herself on the floor, on her hands and knees, and a still, rational part of her mind said, heart attack. But it couldn't be. Sleepless hearts did not give out. Cold, blackness, emptiness. Daddy. The opening of the hotel room door brought her back. It opened from the outside, without alarms. Elisha staggered to her feet. Across the room, beyond the bed, a figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, a thick figure, carrying something even thicker. Elisha didn't move. Her own people, Kevin's people, had installed the security for this room, making it identical to her apartment in Chicago. No one in Conowongo had the entry codes. If it was a stranger, if Sanctuary was organized for assassination as well as theft, the assassin would at least be good. Sleepless always were. An arm stretched out from the dark figure. A hand fumbled for the manual switches. Lights on, Elisha said clearly. The blocky shape was a suitcase. Alice stood blinking in the sudden light. Elisha, are you sitting in the dark? Alice. Your apartment codes open both doors. Don't you think you should change them? There's a bunch of reporters in the lobby. Alice! Then she was across the room, sobbing. She, who never cried, in Alice's arms. Didn't you know I'd come? Alice said. Lisha shook her head against Alice's chest. I knew. Alice released her, and Lisha saw that Alice's face shone with some strong emotion. I knew that this would be the night for you. The night you'd fall into the hole. I knew it yesterday. I felt it. She laughed suddenly, very shrill. I felt it, Lisha. Do you understand? It was like being hit with a load of bricks. I felt that you'd be in your worst trouble tonight, and I knew I had to come. Lisha stopped sobbing. I felt it, Alice said yet again. Across 3,000 miles, just the way it's happened to other twins. Alice, no, don't say anything, Lisha. You weren't there. I know what I felt. Lisha saw that the powerful emotion blazing on Alice's face was triumph. I knew you needed me, and I'm here. It's all right, Lisha, honey. I know about the hole. I've been there. She reached again for Lisha, putting her arms around her, laughing and crying. I know, honey, it's all right. You're not alone. I've been there, I know. Lisha hung on to her sister with all her strength. Alice was pulling her back from the dark place, the void, the hole. Alice, whose bulk anchored Lisha short of the edge, solid as earth. Alice, who now would never be unreachable again. Not now that Alice had known something before Lisha did. Not now that Alice had saved Lisha by becoming the one thing she hadn't lost. I knew, Alice whispered, and then stronger. Now I can stop sending all those damn flowers. It wasn't until later, after they'd talked for hours, and Alice was starting to look sleepy, that the comlink shrilled. Lisha had turned it off. Only a priority override could get through. She turned her head toward the screen. 2 passwords flashed there. The link's fuzzy logic had admitted them simultaneously, apportioning 1 voice per speaker. Susan Melling here. This is Stella Bevington. I just accessed the nets. Talk to you immediately. Call pendant, the news grid say was me on a shielded, found at that parking garage, line as soon as you can, is mine. We finished our research, Susan's image said on the comm screen. Her gray hair straggled in greasy strands from a careless bun. Her eyes burned. Gaspard Chira and I, on Walcott's Sleepless redundancy codes in DNA, Lisha said evenly. And? Is this an unshielded line? Hell, forget that. Let the press tap. Let Sanctuary tap. Hey, Blumenthal, you listening? Susan, please. No, please about it. No, thank you, no nothing. That's why I wanted to tell you this myself. No nothing. The equations can't work. Can't? There's a gap that can be closed between shutting down the sleep mechanism at the pre-embryonic genetic level and trying to do the same thing after the brain has begun to differentiate at roughly 8 days. The reasons the gap can't be closed are quite clear, quite specific, quite biologically final. They have to do with the tolerance of genetic noise in those genetic texts that are repetitions of regulatory systems. You don't need the details. The result is that we will never be able to convert a sleeper into a sleepless. Never. No one. Not Walcott, not the super brains at Sanctuary, not all the king's horses and all the king's men. Walcott is lying. I don't understand. He made the whole thing up. It's very plausible. Plausible enough to take good researchers a while to check. But essentially, it's a lie. And there's no way a scientist with his famous withheld final step could not know that. Walcott knew. His research is a lie. He came to you with this stupendous discovery he knew would be shown to be a lie, and Sanctuary committed fraud for patents that are a lie, and Jennifer Sharifi is being tried for murder because of a lie. Lisha couldn't take it in. None of it made any sense. She was very aware of Alice across the room, standing completely still. Why? I don't know, Susan said, but it's a lie. You hear that, press? You hear that, Sanctuary? It's a lie. She started to cry. Susan, oh, Susan. No, don't say anything. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cry. That's the one thing I didn't mean to do. Who's that with you? You're not alone? Alice, Lisha said. It's just that I thought maybe I could become what I created. Stupid idea, huh? All of literature shows that the creators can't become the creations. Lisha said nothing. Susan stopped crying as abruptly as she had started, tears drying on her old, soft, wrinkled skin. After all, Lisha, that wouldn't do, would it? For the creators to become the creations? Who would there be to go on perfecting the art if we all got to be patrons? Then, in a different voice, she said, Bring Walcott down, Lisha. Like any other quack who sells worthless hope to the dying. Bring the bastard down. I will, Lisha said. But she didn't mean Walcott. In a sudden, dizzying rush, she saw who it was that had been committing theft, and how, and why. 15. Jordan opened his apartment door, sleepy and astonished. It was 4:30 in the morning. Lisha Camden stood there with 3 silent bodyguards. Lisha. What? Come with me. Quick. By now I'm sure Hawk knows I'm here. There was no way to tell you I was coming that he wouldn't intercept. Get dressed, Jordan. We're going to the We Sleep factory. Now. Hurry. Jordan thought of telling her that he wasn't going to the factory. Not now, not ever. But another look convinced him that Lisha would go there alone, and he suddenly didn't want that. Lisha wore a long blue sweater over a black body stretch. Blue shadows pooled in the hollows under her eyes. She leaned a little forward on the balls of her feet, as if she were leaning into him, and it suddenly occurred to Jordan that she needed him with her. Not for physical protection. The 3 bodyguards collectively massed 640 pounds, not counting weapons, but for some other edgy reason Jordan couldn't define. Let me get dressed, he said. In the dark hallway, Joey raised his head from his oversized cot. Go back inside, Jordan said. It's all right. Lisha, in need of him. There was a plane, apparently folded in on itself in some state-of-the-art way that let it land vertically, in the apartment house parking lot. But this was no air car. It was a definite plane. The control panel bore no identifying marks. In the air, it unfolded itself and shot over the sleeping town toward the river. All right, Lisha, tell me what this is all about. Hawk killed Timothy Herlinger. Something shifted inside Jordan. He knew what it was. Truth. Tiny, deadly, like one of those poisoned pellets that dissolve in the heart of suicides. All you had to do was swallow it, and the hard part was over. The rest, inevitable and unstoppable. Jordan felt it move, and knew it had already been there before Lisha spoke. It had been there in the profit fair, in Jordan's ambiguous admiration of Hawk, in the argument over Joey, even in Maylene's new toilet and her lace tablecloth. It was in the We Sleep movement itself. He looked at Lisha. She seemed to radiate light, a hard, lurid light, like the Y fields designed to alert people to dangerous machinery. She said again, Hawk killed Dr. Herlinger. He set it up. Jordan heard himself say, and you're glad. She turned a shocked face toward him. They regarded each other in the small cockpit of the plane, the 3 bodyguards a motionless blur behind them. Jordan had not meant to say it, but when the words were out, he knew they, too, were true. She was glad that it was Hawk and not a Sleepless. Gladness, that was the source of the lurid light, and of her need to have him with her. Witness for the persecution, he said, in a voice so unlike his own that Lisha said, What? Never mind. Tell me. She didn't even hesitate. The retina print on the scanner will match Stella Bevington's. Hawk must have taken it at your mother's party for Beck, at the new house, when everybody was drinking and careless. The party he bullied you into bringing him to. And that's when he got Stella's pendant, too. Jennifer sent her one. She wanted Stella in sanctuary and was trying to force Stella to choose. Stella was wearing the pendant, but she took it off at the party because she saw all over again the kindness, the tolerance of sleepers like your mother. Oh, Daddy, the specialness of Alice. Hawk took the pendant from her purse. She reported the loss to Jennifer, but with no details. That was because of me. Lisha turned her head. Jordan allowed himself no sympathy, no compassion. Lisha, he thought, was losing nothing. The murderer was a sleeper. Jennifer knew nobody would be able to figure out by accident what the pendant did, and it would self-destruct if they tried, so she wasn't really worried that Stella lost it. Jennifer had already taken Hawk's bait on the patents. Jordan, there never was any process to alter sleepers to Sleepless. Hawk hired Walcott and Herlinger to pretend there was, make a false lead look scientifically plausible. God, he arranged the whole thing in detail. So Sanctuary would break into the government nets and backfile. Then he could use Walcott to report the theft, set the press going, and even without an indictment, Sanctuary would take a beating. We Sleep membership would soar. Which was exactly what had happened, Jordan thought. Hawk was always a good planner. The little plane began its descent over the factory. But then Herlinger changed his mind. He had a flash of conscience and was going to expose Walcott and Hawk. So, Hawk had him killed. And that was typical of Lisha, too, Jordan thought. She didn't think, Herlinger was trying to blackmail his partners, so they had him killed. Or Herlinger got into a power struggle with Hawk, and Hawk had him killed. No, she assumed a flash of conscience, even in this situation. She assumed the public-minded and decent cause. An 18th century sensibility, Hawk had said, with scorn. Jordan said, "You don't know that you're right. And if what you say is true, and Hawk has me under such surveillance that he already knows we're coming, there will be no evidence left when we get there." Elisha turned on him a brilliant gaze. There wouldn't have been anyway. Not discoverable evidence. Then why are we going there? She didn't answer. The gate of the factory was unshielded. The guard, not Maylene, waved them through. Hawk waited in his office, leaning casually against the front of his desk, palms flat on the wooden surface behind him. The desk held a full parody display. The Cherokee dolls, the Harvard coffee mug, the model We Sleep scooter, the pile of misspelled mail from grateful workers at their first job in years, the plaques and pen sets and gilded statuettes from We Sleep businesses. Some of them Jordan had never seen. Hawk must have taken them out item by item and arranged them carefully on the desk, so his big body would not block the sight of them from the door. All the cheap accolades from hard-scrabble businesses, all the totems of contradictory successes. Looking at them, Jordan felt coldness slide over him. It was real then, not just true, but real. Hawk had killed. "Ms. Camden," Hawk said. Elisha wasted no words. Her voice was controlled, but the lurid light was still on her. "You killed Timothy Herlinger." Hawk smiled. "No, I did not." "Yes, you did," Elisha said, but it didn't sound to Jordan as if she were arguing or trying to force agreement. "You set up Walcott's phony research to fan the hatred toward Sleepless, and when you saw a chance to accuse the Sleepless of murder, you did that too." "I don't know what you're talking about," Hawk said pleasantly. As if he hadn't spoken, Elisha went on. "You did it to increase We Sleep profits, or rather, you think you did it for that reason. But profits were increasing anyway. You really did it because you're not a Sleepless, and never can be, and you're one of the haters that always moves to destroy any superiority he can't have." The flesh above Hawk's collar started to redden. This was evidently not what he'd expected to hear. Jordan said, "Elisha." "It's all right, Jordan," she said clearly. "The 3 bodyguards are highly trained. The plane is equipped with surveillance equipment trained on my body. I am recording, and Mr. Hawk knows all this. There is no danger." She turned to Hawk. "Not to you either, of course. Nothing is provable. Not against you, not against Jennifer once the retina print is identified as Stella Bevington's, because she can explain not only how she lost the pendant, but where she was the morning Herlinger died. She was in a corporate meeting with 14 executives in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. You knew all that would surface, didn't you, Mr. Hawk, as soon as the pendant was introduced in evidence, and Stella realized it was hers. You knew the trial would fail and no one would be convicted, but the hatred would have been inflamed a little more, and that's what mattered to you." "You're talking garbage, Ms. Camden," Hawk said. Jordan saw that he was again in control of himself, his big body relaxed and powerful as he leaned against the desk. "But I'll respond to your last statement anyway. I'll tell you what matters. This." He picked up the sheaf of letters behind him. "Matters. Gratitude from people who did not have the dignity of work before, and because of We Sleep have it now. This matters." "Dignity? Based on fraud and theft and murder?" "The only theft I know of was committed by Sanctuary, stealing Walcott's patents. At least, so I hear on the news grids." "Ah," Elisha said. "Then let me tell you of one more theft, Mr. Hawk, just so you understand. You stole something else, and you stole it from my sister Alice, and from my friend Susan Melling, and from every other sleeper who believed there was a chance at the long life and increased powers that come with sleeplessness. They believed that for a little while. They hoped that, in those hours of the night when sleepers lie awake and think about living and dying and not sleeping. You wonder how I know that. Let me tell you how I know. I know because Susan Melling is dying of an inoperable brain condition and knows it, and wants desperately not to die. I know because my sister said to me during the trial you engineered for your own aggrandizement. She said, the hardest thing I ever learned, Lisha, wasn't to raise Jordan alone, or earn a living, or to accept that Daddy didn't love me. The hardest thing I ever learned was that even if I blamed you, I was still going to have to do all those things. The hardest thing I learned was that there's no way out. You held out the promise of a way out, Mr. Hawk, and then robbed Alice of it. Alice and Susan and every other sleeper who doesn't take hatred as a way out. You didn't rob the haters. You robbed the others, the people who tried to be too decent for hatred. That's what you stole and who you stole it from. Hawk's smile was stiff. There was a long silence. Finally, he said mockingly, "Very pretty, Miss Camden. You could easily find a job writing greeting cards." Blanche's expression didn't change. She turned to go, and in that single contemptuous movement, Jordan suddenly saw how little she had expected from this meeting. She had not confronted Hawk expecting to change him or to learn anything from him or even to discharge her rage. Those were not the reasons she had come, or the reason she had needed Jordan to come with her. No one stopped them as they left the factory. No one spoke until the plane skimmed over the dark fields, sliced by the darker river. Jordan looked at his aunt. She didn't know about Joey, didn't know that Jordan had already left Hawk. "You came here for me, so I would see what Hawk is." Blanche took his hand. Her fingers were cold. "Yes, I came for you. That's all there is, Jordan. You. And you, and you, and you, and you, and you. I thought there was something more, something larger, but I was wrong. One by one. That's all there is." "Community," Jennifer Sharifi said calmly to Nadja and Ricky, "must always come first. That's why Daddy won't be coming home again. Daddy broke his solidarity with his community." The children looked at their shoes. They were afraid of her, Jennifer saw. That was not bad. Fear was only the ancient word for respect. Nadja finally said in a small voice, "Why do we have to leave Sanctuary?" "We aren't leaving Sanctuary, Nadja. Sanctuary goes with us. Wherever the community is, that's Sanctuary. You'll like the new place we're taking, Sanctuary. It's safer for our people." Ricky raised his eyes to his mother. Richard's eyes in Richard's face. "When will the orbital be ready for us?" 5 years. We must plan it, construct it, pay for it." 5 years would be faster than an orbital had ever been constructed before, even given that they had purchased an existing shell from a Far East government that now would have to build itself another one. Ricky said, "And we'll never come back to Earth again?" "Certainly you'll come back to Earth," Jennifer said. "On business, when you're grown. Much of our business will still be here, among those few sleepers who are not beggars or parasites. But we'll conduct business from the orbital, and we'll find ways to use gene mods to build the strongest society ever known," Nadja said doubtfully. "Is that legal?" Jennifer rose, the folds of her abaya falling around her sandals. The two children rose as well. Nadja still looking doubtful, Ricky troubled. "It will be legal," Jennifer said. "We'll make it legal for you, and for all the children to come. Legal and solid and safe." "Mother," Ricky said, and stopped. "Yes, Ricky?" He looked at her, and a shade passed over his small face. Whatever he had been going to say, he decided to keep it to himself. Jennifer bent and kissed him, kissed Nadja, and turned to start toward the house. She would talk again to the children later, explaining to them in small doses they could absorb, making it all clear. Later. Right now, there was so much else to do, to plan, to keep in control. 16. Susan Melling and Lisha Camden sat in lawn chairs on the roof of Susan's house in the New Mexico desert and watched Jordan and Stella stroll toward a huge cottonwood beside the creek. Overhead, the summer triangle, Vega and Altair and Deneb, shone faint beside a brilliant full moon. On the western horizon, the last red faded from low clouds. Long darknesses moved over the desert toward the mountains, whose peaks still glowed with unseen sun. Susan shivered. "I'll get you a sweater," Lisha said. "No, I'm fine," Susan said. "Shut up." Lisha climbed down the ladder from the roof, found the sweater in Susan's cluttered study, and stopped a moment in the living room. All the polished skulls were gone. She climbed the ladder and put the sweater around Susan's shoulders. "Look at them," Susan said with pleasure. Just before the deeper darkness of the cottonwood, the silhouette that was Jordan blended with the shadow that was Stella. Lisha smiled. Susan's eyes, at least, were still sharp. The two women sat in silence. Finally, Susan said, "Kevin called again." "No," Lisha said simply. The old woman shifted her slight, painful weight in her chair. Don't you believe in forgiveness, Lisha? Yes, I do. But Kevin doesn't know he's done anything that requires it. I take it he doesn't know either that Richard is here with you. I don't know what he knows, Lisha said indifferently. Who can tell anymore? Like you, for instance, couldn't tell that Jennifer Sharifi was innocent of murder. And you won't forgive yourself any more than you forgive Kevin. Lisha turned her head away. Moonlight ran up her cheek like a scalpel. From the cottonwood came low laughter. Lisha said suddenly, I wish Alice were here. Susan smiled. The smile was strained. Her painkillers needed to be increased again. Maybe she'll just show up again if you need her hard enough. That's not funny. You don't believe it happened, do you, Lisha? You don't believe Alice had a paranormal perception about you. I believe she believes it, Lisha said carefully. Everything was different now between her and Alice, and the difference was too precious to risk. Alice was the only thing she'd gotten back from this year of cataclysmic loss. Alice and Susan was dying. Still, she had always been able to be honest with Susan. You know I don't believe in the paranormal. The normal is difficult enough to understand. And the paranormal disturbs your worldview a lot, doesn't it? After a minute, Susan added in a softer tone, Are you afraid Alice will disapprove of Jordan and Stella? A sleepless and a sleeper? God, no, I know she'd approve. She gave a sudden bark of harsh laughter. Alice may be one of the 12 people in the world who won't. Susan said, as if it were relevant, You also got calls from Stuart Sutter, Kate Adams, Miyuki Yagai, and your secretary, what's his name? I told them all you'd call back. I won't, Lisha said. There are more than 12, Susan said. Lisha didn't answer. Below them, Richard emerged from the front door and walked toward the distant mesa. He moved slowly, limply, as if the direction didn't matter to him. Lisha thought it probably didn't. Very little did. That he was here at all was due only to Jordan, who had not hesitated, but simply put Richard in the car and brought him. Jordan seldom hesitated anymore. He acted. A moment later, the huge figure of Joey, who loved walking anywhere, shambled happily after Richard. Susan said, You think the Sharifi trial ended all chance of real integration, sleepers and sleepless. We sleep in mainstream economy, have and have-nots. Yes. There's never a last chance for anything, Lisha. Really? Then how come you're dying? After a moment, Lisha added, I'm sorry. You can't hide here forever, Lisha, just because you're disillusioned with law. I'm not hiding. What do you call it? I'm living, Lisha said. Just living. The hell you are. Not like this. Not you. Don't argue with me. I have the insight of the almost eternal. Despite herself, Lisha laughed. The laugh hurt. Susan said, Damn right, it's funny. So call Stuart and Kate and Miyuki and that secretary. No. Richard disappeared into the darkness, followed by Joey. Jordan and Stella, holding hands, started back toward the house. Susan said, with apparent guilelessness, I wish Alice were here. Lisha nodded. Yes, Susan said artlessly. It would be good to collect your entire community. Lisha looked at her. But Susan was absorbed in studying the moonlight on the desert, while below them, some small animals scurried by unseen, and overhead the stars came out one by one by one by one. Book 3, Dreamers, 2075. The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves. Abraham Lincoln, Message to Congress, December 1st, 1862. 17. On the morning of her 67th birthday, Lisha Camden sat on the edge of a chair in her New Mexico compound and contemplated her feet. They were narrow and high-arched, the skin healthy and fresh right up to the toes, which were strong and straight. The toenails, cut straight across, glowed faintly pink. Susan Melling would have approved. Susan had set great store by feet, their strength, the condition of their veins and bones, their general usefulness as a barometer of aging, or not aging. It made her laugh. Feet. to be remembering Susan, dead for 23 years, in terms of feet. And not even Susan's feet, which might be logical, but Lisha's own feet, which was ridiculous. In memoriam bipedalus. When had she begun to find funny such things as feet? Not certainly when she was young, in her 20s or 30s or 50s. Everything had been so serious then, of such world-shaking consequence, not just the things that actually might have shaken the world, but everything. She must have been very tiresome. Perhaps there was no way for the young to be serious without being tiresome. They lacked that all-important dimension of physics, torque. Too much time ahead, too little behind, like a man trying to carry a horizontal ladder with a grip at one end. Not even an honorable passion could balance very well, and while jiggling hard to just keep your balance, how could anything ever be funny? "What are you laughing at?" Stella said, coming into Lisha's office after only the most peremptory knock. "That reporter is waiting for you in the boardroom." "Already? He's early," Stella sniffed. She hadn't wanted Lisha to talk to any reporters. "Let them have their tricentennial without us," she had said. "What does it have to do with us, now?" Lisha hadn't had an answer, but she'd agreed to see the reporter anyway. Stella could be so incurious. But then, Stella was only 52 and found hardly anything funny. "Tell them I'm coming," Lisha said, "but not until I check on Alice. Give him some coffee or something. Let the kids play him their flute solo. That ought to keep him enthralled." Seth and Eric had just learned to make flutes from animal bones they scavenged in the desert. Stella sniffed again and went out. Alice had just awoken. She sat on the edge of her bed while her nurse eased the nightgown over her head. Lisha ducked back into the hall. Alice hated to have Lisha see her naked body. Not until Lisha heard the nurse say, "There, Ms. Watrous," did she come back into the room. Alice wore loose cotton pants and a white top cut wide enough for her to put on herself with just her right arm. The left was useless since her stroke. Her white curls had been combed. The nurse knelt on the floor, easing her charge's feet into soft slippers. "Lisha," Alice said with pleasure, "happy birthday." "I wanted to say it to you first." "Too bad," Alice said. 67 years. "Yes," Lisha said. And the two women held each other's gaze. Lisha straight-backed in her white shorts and halter, Alice steadying herself with one veined hand on the footboard of the bed. "Happy birthday, Alice." "Lisha," Stella again, in top managerial mode, "you have a Comlink conference at 9, so if you're going to see that reporter—" From the right side of her mouth, so softly that Stella couldn't hear, Alice murmured, "My poor Jordan." Lisha murmured back, "You know he loves it," and went to the boardroom to meet the reporter. He surprised her by looking about 16, a lanky boy with two sharp elbows and bad skin, dressed in what must be the latest adolescent fashion, balloon-shaped shorts and plastic blouse trimmed with tiny dangling plastic scooters in red, white, and blue. He perched nervously in a chair, while Eric and Seth danced around him playing flutes, badly. Lisha sent her grandnephews from the room. Seth went cheerfully. Eric scowled and slammed the door. In the sudden quiet, Lisha sat down across from the boy. "What news grid did you say you represent, Mr. Kavanaugh?" "My high school net," he blurted. "Only I didn't tell the lady that when I made the appointment." "Of course not," Lisha said. Forget her feet. This was funny. The first interview she had granted in 10 years, and it turned out to be a kid for his high school grid. Susan would have loved it. "Well, then, let's begin," she said. She knew the boy had never spoken to a Sleepless before. It was written all over him. The curiosity, the uneasiness, the furtive assessment. But no envy, in any of its virulent forms. That was the remarkable thing. Its absence in this unremarkable boy. He was better organized than he looked. "My mom says it used to be different than it was now. She says donkeys and even livers hated Sleepless. How come? How come you don't?" The question seemed to genuinely surprise him. He frowned, then looked at her with a sideways embarrassment that told Lisha more clearly than words how decent he was. "Well, I don't mean to offend you or anything, but why would I hate you? I mean, donkeys are the ones. Sleepless are really just sort of super donkeys, aren't they? Who have to do all the work. We livers just get to enjoy the results, to live, you know," he said in a burst of ingenuous confiding. "I can never figure out why donkeys don't see that and hate us." "Plus ça change. Plus c'est la même chose." What does that mean? "Nothing, Mr. Kavanaugh. Are there any donkeys in your school?" "Nah, they have their own schools." He looked at Lisha as if she was supposed to know that, which of course she did. The United States was a three-tiered society now. The have-nots, who by the mysterious hedonistic opiate of the philosophy of genuine living had become the recipients of the gift of leisure. Livers, 80% of the population, had shed the work ethic for a gaudy populist version of the older aristocratic ethic. The fortunate do not have to work. Above them, or below, were the donkeys, genetically enhanced sleepers who ran the economy and the political machinery, as dictated by and in exchange for the lordly votes of the new leisure class. Donkeys managed, their robots labored. Finally, the sleepless, nearly all of whom were invisible in sanctuary anyway, were disregarded by livers, if not by donkeys. All of it, the entire trefoil organization, id, ego, and superego, some wit had labeled it sardonically, was underwritten by cheap, ubiquitous Y energy, powering automated factories, making possible a lavish dole that traded bread and circuses for votes. The whole thing, Lisha thought, was peculiarly American, managing to combine democracy with materialism, mediocrity with enthusiasm, power with the illusion of control from below. Tell me, Mr. Kavanaugh, what do you and your friends do with all your free time? Do? He seemed startled. Yes, do. Today, for instance. When you're done recording this interview, what will you do? Well, drop off the recording at school. The teacher will put it on the school news grid, I guess, if he wants to. Is he a liver or a donkey? A liver, of course, he said, a little scornfully. Her stock, Lisha saw, was dropping rapidly. Then I might work on reading till school's out at noon. I can almost read, but not quite. It's pretty useless, but my mom wants me to learn. Then there's the scooter races at noon. I'm going with some friends. Who pays for and organizes those? Our local assemblyman, of course, Kathy Miller. She's a donkey. Of course. Then some friends are having a brainy party. Our congressman passed out some new stuff from Colorado or someplace. Then there's this virtual reality holovid I want to do. What's that called? Tamara of the Martian Seas. Aren't you going to see it? It's aggro. Maybe I'll catch it, Lisha said. Feet, reporters, Tamara of the Martian Seas. Moira, Alice's daughter, had emigrated to a Martian colony. You know there aren't really any seas on Mars, don't you? That's so, he said, without interest. Then some friends and I are going to play ball. Then my girl and I are going to fuck. After that, if there's time, I might join my parents at my mom's lodge, because they're having a dance. If there's not time... Miss Camden, is something funny? No, Lisha gasped. I'm sorry. No 18th century aristo could have had a fuller social schedule. Yeah, well, I'm an aggro liver, the boy said modestly. But I'm supposed to ask you questions. Now No, wait. What's this foundation you run? What does it do? It asks beggars why they're beggars and provides funding for those who want to be something else. The boy looked bewildered. If, for instance, Lisha said, you wanted to become a donkey, the Susan Melling Foundation might help send you to school, finance augments for you, whatever was necessary. Why would I ever want to do that? Why, indeed, Lisha said. But some people do. Nobody I know, the boy said decidedly. Sounds a little wormy to me. One more question. Why do you do it? Run this foundation thing? Because, Lisha said with precision, what the strong owe beggars is to ask each one why he is a beggar and act accordingly. Because community is the assumption, not the result, and only by giving non-productiveness the same individuality as excellence, and acting accordingly, does one fulfill the obligation to the beggars in Spain. She saw that the boy had understood not one word of this, nor did he ask. He stood, picked up his recording equipment with obvious relief, the day's work over, and held out his hand. Well, I guess that's it. The teacher said 4 questions are enough. Thanks, Miss Camden. She took his hand. Such a polite boy, so devoid of envy or hatred, so satisfied, so stupid. Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh, for answering my questions. Will you answer one more? Sure. If your teacher does put this interview on the student news grid, will anybody watch it? He looked away. She saw he didn't want to embarrass her with the answer. Such a polite boy. Do you watch the news grids at all, Mr. Kavanaugh? Now he did meet her eyes, his young face shocked. Of course, my whole family does. How else would my mom and dad know which donkeys would give us the most for our vote? Ah, Lisha said. The American Constitution at work. And next year's the tricentennial year, the boy said proudly. Livers were all patriots. Well, thanks again. Thank you, Lisha said. Stella, stern at the doorway, ushered the boy out. Your comlink call is in 2 minutes, Lisha, and right now there's a... Stella, how many applications has the foundation processed this quarter? 116, Stella said precisely. She kept all Foundation records, including financials. Down what percentage from last quarter? 6%? And from last year to date? 8%. You know that. Elisha did. Stella would have more to occupy her if the Foundation were still running at the heady pace of its first years. She wouldn't be trying to make secretarial and maternal duties fill up a first-rate brain, leaning on everybody else in the process. Stella must have guessed what Elisha was thinking. She said suddenly, "You could go back to law, or write another book, or start another corporation, if you'd even consider competing with the donkeys at what you do even better." Sanctuary competes, Elisha said mildly. And the new economic order isn't based on competition anyway. It's based on quality living. A young man just told me so. Don't badger me, Stella. It's my birthday. What's all that noise out there? That's what I've been trying to tell you. There's a child out beyond the gate screaming his head off to see you, and nobody but you. A sleepless child? Elisha asked, her blood quickening. It still happens sometimes. An illegal gene mod, a confused child learning slowly over years that he was different, that the scooter races and holovids and brainy parties somehow weren't enough for him as they were for his friends. Then there would be the chance learning of the Susan Melling Foundation, usually from a kind donkey, and the scary, determined journey in search of his own kind, even before he knew what it meant to belong to his own kind. Taking these sleepless children or teenagers, or sometimes even adults, inside the compound, helping them to become what they were, had been Lisha's sweetest pleasure during her 2.5 decades in the isolated desert. But Stella said, "No, not a Sleepless. He's about 10 years old, a dirty kid yelling his head off that he has to see you and nobody else. I sent Eric out to tell him you had open reception tomorrow, but he socked Eric in the eye and said he couldn't wait." "Did Eric flatten him?" Elisha said. Stella's 12-year-old son had strength mods and karate lessons, and a disposition no Sleepless should have. "No," Stella said with pride. "Eric's growing up. He's learned not to hit unless there's a clear physical need for defense." Elisha doubted this. Eric Bevington Watrous troubled her. But all she said was, "Let the boy in. I'll see him now." "Elisha, Tokyo is on the comlink this very minute." "Tell them I'll call back." "Humor me, Stella. It's my birthday. I'm old." "Alice is old," Stella said, altering the mood instantly. After a moment, she said, "I'm sorry." "Let the kid in. At least it will stop that yelling. What did you say his name was?" "Drew Arlen," Stella said. In orbit over the Pacific Ocean, the Sanctuary Council broke into spontaneous applause. 14 men and women sat around the polished metal table, shaped like a stylized double helix, in the council dome. A plexiglass window 3 feet above the floor ran around the entire dome, occasionally crossed with thin metal support struts. The dome itself sat as close as possible to one end of the cylindrical orbital, so the view from the conference room, which neatly occupied half the council dome, was appealingly varied. To the north stretched agricultural fields, dotted with domes, curving gently upward until lost in the hazy sky. To the south was space, uncompromising in the relatively thin layer of air that lay between the council dome and the plexiglass end of the orbital cylinder. To the north, a warm and sunny day, as sunlight streamed into the orbital through the long, unopaqued window sections. To the south, endless night, filled variously with stars or an oppressively huge Earth. The uneven curvature of the conference table and the chairs bolted to the floor meant that 6 council members faced stars, 8 faced sun. Jennifer Sharifi, permanent council leader, always faced north, toward the sun. She said, pleasure sparkling in her dark eyes, "All the brain scans, fluid analyses, spinal cartography results, and of course DNA analyses indicate nothing but success. Doctors Toliveri and Clement are to be warmly congratulated. And so, of course, are Ricky and Hermione." She smiled warmly at her son and daughter-in-law. Ricky smiled back. Hermione ducked her head, and a spasm crossed her extravagantly beautiful face. About half of Sanctuary's families no longer altered genes, content with the intellectual and psychological benefits of sleeplessness, and wanting to preserve family resemblances. Hermione, violet-eyed and sleek-limbed, belonged to the other half. Councillor Victor Lynn said eagerly, "Can't we see the baby? Certainly the environment has to be sterile enough." Several people laughed. "Yes, please," Councillor Lucy Ames said, and blushed. She was only 21, born on the orbital, and still a little overwhelmed that her name had come up for a council term in the citizen lottery. Jennifer smiled at her. "Yes, of course, we can all see the baby. But I want to repeat what you have been told before. This round of genetic alteration has gone far beyond anything that any of us are privileged to enjoy. If we wish to keep our advantage over the sleepers on Earth, we must explore every avenue of superiority open to us. But there are sometimes minor, unavoidable prices to pay as we move forward. This speech sobered everyone. The 8 counselors with lottery terms, those not of the Sharifi family that controlled 51% of Sanctuary financially, and hence 51% of council votes, glanced at each other. The 6 permanent counselors, Jennifer, Ricky, Hermione, Nadja, Nadja's husband Lars Johnson, and Jennifer's husband Will Sandaleros, went on smiling determinedly, except for Hermione. "Bring in the baby," Jennifer said to her. Hermione left. Ricky reached out a tentative hand as his wife passed, but didn't touch her. He drew his hand back and stared out the dome window. Nobody spoke until Hermione returned with a wrapped bundle. "This," Jennifer said, "is Miranda Serena Sharifi, our future." Hermione put the baby on the conference table and unwrapped its yellow blanket. Miranda was 10 weeks old. Her skin was pale, without rosiness, and her hair was a thick mat of black. She gazed around the conference table from bright, very dark eyes. The eyes bulged in their sockets and darted constantly, unable to remain still. The strong, tiny body twitched ceaselessly. The minute fists opened and closed so fast it was hard to count her fingers. The baby radiated a manic vitality, an overwrought tension so intense it seemed her gaze would bore a zigzag hole in the dome wall. Young Counselor Ames put her fist to her mouth. "At first glance," Jennifer said in her composed voice, "you might think that our Miranda's symptoms look like certain nervous system disorders the unaltered beggars are prey to, or perhaps symptoms of paramphetamines. But this is something very different. Miri's brain is operating at 3 or 4 times the speed of ours, with superbly enhanced mnemonic capacities and equally enhanced concentration. There is no loss of nerve tissue control, although there is some minor loss of motor control as a side effect. Miri's gene mods include high intelligence, but what the changes to her nervous system will do is give her ways to use that intelligence that we cannot now predict. This gene mod is the best way around the well-known phenomenon of intellectual regression to the mean, in which superior parents have children of only normal intelligence, providing a lesser platform from which new gene mods can launch." A few people around the table nodded at this lecture. A few more, familiar with the lesser accomplishments of Nadja and Ricky, compared to Jennifer herself, looked down at the table. Counselor Ames continued to stare at the twitching infant, her eyes wide and her hand to her mouth. "Miranda is the first," Jennifer said, "but not the last. We in Sanctuary represent the best minds of the United States. It is our obligation to keep that advantage, for all our sakes." Counselor Lynn said quietly, "Our usual sleepless gene mod babies are already doing that." "Yes," Jennifer said, smiling brilliantly. "But at any time the beggars on Earth could decide to reverse their short-sighted policy and begin to do that again themselves. We need more. We need everything we can create for ourselves, from the genetic technology we dare to use to its fullest, and they do not. Mind, technology, defense." Will Sandaleros put his hand lightly on her arm. For a second, fury blazed in Jennifer's eyes. Then it was gone, and she smiled at Will, who gazed at her tenderly. Jennifer laughed. "Was I orating again? I'm sorry. I know you all understand the Sanctuary philosophy as well as I do." A few people smiled. A few shifted uneasily around the polished table. Counselor Ames went on staring wide-eyed at the convulsing baby. Hermione caught the young woman's horrified gaze. Immediately she wrapped Miranda in her blanket. The thin yellow material jerked and twitched. Along the hem were embroidered white butterflies and dark blue stars. Drew Arlen stood before Lisha Camden with his legs braced firmly apart. Lisha thought that she had never seen such a contrast as this child with the teenage reporter who had just left, and whose name she had already forgotten. Drew was the filthiest 10-year-old she had ever seen. Mud caked his brown hair and smeared the remains of his plastic shirt, pants, and torn Dole-issue shoes. So much dirt clung to a deep scratch on his exposed left arm that Lisha thought it must surely be infected. The skin had a red, angry look around elbow bones like chisels. One tooth had been knocked out of a face that was remarkable, only for eyes as green as Lisha's own, and a sort of stubborn eagerness, as if Drew were prepared to fight for something with every fiber of his dirty, skinny, clearly non-donkey self. I'm Drew Arlen. Me, he said. It might have been a fanfare. Lisha Camden, Lisha said gravely. You insisted on seeing me. I want to be in your fountain. Foundation. Where did you hear about my foundation? Drew waved this away as of no consequence. From somebody. After he told me I done come a long way to get here, me. From Louisiana. On foot? By yourself? I stole rides when I could, the boy said, again as if this were not worth mentioning. It took a long time, but now I'm here, me, and I'm ready for you to start, Lisha said to the household robot. Bring sandwiches from the refrigerator and milk. The robot glided soundlessly away. Drew watched it with total absorption until it left the room. He turned to Lisha. Is that the kind that can wrestle with you? For muscle training? I seen them on the news grids, me. No, it's just a basic retrieve and record bot. Now, what is it you're ready for, Drew? He said impatiently. To get started. Your fountain. Making me into somebody. And just what does that mean to you? You know, you're the fountain lady. Get cleaned up, me, and educated, and be somebody. You want to become a donkey? The boy frowned. No, but that's where I got to start, me, don't I? Then go on from there. The robot returned. Drew looked longingly at the food. Lisha gestured, and he fell on it like a filthy little dog, tearing at the sandwiches with teeth on the left side of his face and wincing with pain whenever the sore, empty hole on the right came in contact with bread or meat. Lisha watched. When did you eat last? Yesterday morning. That's good. Do your parents know where you are? Drew picked up a crumb from the floor and ate it. My mom don't care. She's at brainy parties, all the time now. My daddy's dead. He said this last harshly, looking straight at Lisha from his green eyes, as if she should know already about his father's death. Lisha pulled the terminal from the wall. Won't do no good to call them, Drew said. We got no terminal, us. I'm not going to call them, Drew. I'm going to find out something about you. Where in Louisiana did you live? Montrose Point? Personal bio search, all primary data banks, Lisha said. Drew, what's your Dole security number? 8420634218889. Montrose was a tiny delta town, no donkey economy to speak of. 1,922 people, school with 16% attendance for students, 62% for volunteer teachers, who kept the building open 58 days a year. Drew was one of the 16% off and on. His medical history was non-existent, but those of his parents and 2 younger sisters were recorded. Lisha listened to it and grew very still. When the terminal was done, she said, Your grades, even in what passes for a school in Montrose, weren't terrific. No, the boy agreed. His eyes never left her face. You don't seem to have unusual abilities in athletics, music, or anything else. No, I don't, me. And you don't really want to be educated for a donkey job. That's all right, he said aggressively. I can do that. But you don't really want to. The Susan Melling Foundation exists to help people become what they want to become. What is it you want your future to hold? It seemed an absurd question to ask a 10-year-old, especially this 10-year-old. Poorer than even most livers, not particularly talented, scrawny, smelly, a sleeper. And yet not ordinary either. The bright green eyes looked at Lisha with a directness most adult sleepers never managed, not even in the relaxed hedonistic tolerance of the tricentennial social climate. In fact, Lisha thought there was more than directness in Drew's eyes. There was a confidence in her help that Foundation applicants almost never had. Most of them looked at her with uncertainty. Why should you help me? Or suspicion. Why should you help me? Or a nervous obsequiousness that inevitably reminded her of groveling dogs. Drew looked as if he and Lisha were business partners in a sure thing. You heard the terminal say how my grampy died, Lisha said. He was a workman building sanctuary. Metal strut tore loose in space and ripped his suit. Drew nodded. His voice held the same buoyant confidence without crease. My daddy was a little boy then. The dole didn't hardly provide nothing then. I remember, Lisha said wryly. What the dole had provided, courtesy of basic cheap flying energy and social conscience, was nothing compared to what donkeys and government now provide. Courtesy of the need for votes, bread and circuses, saved from Roman barbarism only by that same cheap affluence. Comfortable and courted, livers lacked the pent-up rage for the arena. She had expected Drew to pass over her reference to remembering his father's era. Most children regarded the past as irrelevant, but he surprised her. You remember you? How it was? How old you be, Lisha? He doesn't know any better than to use my first name, Lisha thought indulgently, and immediately saw for the first time Drew's gift. His interest in her was so intense, so fresh and real, shining from the green eyes, that she was willing to indulge him. He carried blamelessness on him like a scent. She began to see how he could have made the trip from Louisiana to New Mexico still healthy. People would help him. In fact, the blood on his arm was fresh, and so was the knocked-out tooth. It was possible he had met with nothing but help until he encountered Eric Bevington Watrous outside Lisha's walls. And he was only 10 years old. She said, "I'm 67. His eyes widened. "Oh, you don't look like an old lady, you." "You should see my feet," she laughed, and the child smiled. "Thank you, Drew, but you still haven't answered my question. What is it you want from the foundation?" "My daddy grew up without his daddy, and so he grew up rough, him, drinking too much," Drew said as if it were an answer. "He hit my mom, he hit my sisters, he hit me, but my mom told me he wouldn't been like that, him, if his daddy had lived. He'd have been a different man, him, kind and nice, and it weren't his fault." Lisha could see it. The abused mother, not yet 30 herself, exonerating the man to his abused children, and eventually coming to believe the excuse herself because she too needed an excuse to keep from leaving. "It wasn't his fault" becomes, "It isn't my fault. She spends all her time at brainy parties," Drew had said. There were brainies and there were brainies. Not all met the FDA's guidelines for either mildness or non-accumulation of side effects. "It weren't my daddy's fault," Drew repeated. "But I figure it weren't mine neither, me. So I had to get out of Montrose." "Yes, but what do you want?" The green eyes changed. Lisha wouldn't have thought a child could look like that. Hatred, yes. She had seen children's eyes full of hate. But this wasn't hate or anger or even childish aggrievement. This was a completely adult look, such as not even adults wore much anymore. An old-fashioned look. Icy determination. Drew said, "I want sanctuary." "Want it? What do you mean you want it? To get even? To destroy it? To hurt people?" The green eyes softened. They looked amused. An even more adult look, even more disconcerting. Lisha stood up, then sat down again. "Course not, silly," Drew said. "I wouldn't hurt nobody, me. I don't want to destroy sanctuary." "Then, someday, me, I'm gonna own it." The alarm sounded all over the orbital, loud and unmistakable. Technicians grabbed suits. Mothers picked up the babies, shrieking at the noise, and instructed terminals in voices that trembled almost enough to obscure identification. The sanctuary exchange immediately froze all transactions. No one would profit from any dimension of the disaster, whatever it was. "Get a flyer," Jennifer said to Will Sandaleros, already in his contamination suit. She pulled on hers and ran out of their dome. This one could be it. Any one of them could be it. Will lifted the flyer. As they approached the freefall zone along the orbital's center axis, the comlink said, "Fourth panel. It's a projectile, Will. Bots 33 seconds away. Tech crew a minute and a half. Watch the vacuum pull." "We won't get there fast enough for that," Will said crisply. Under the crispness, Jennifer heard the satisfaction. Will didn't like her to rush personally to damage sites. To keep her away, he'd have to tie her down. She could see the hole now, a ragged gash in an agricultural panel. The robots were already there, spraying the first coat of tough plastic over the breach, anchored against the outrush of Sanctuary's precious air by Y-powered suction cups that could have held asteroids together. When a robot had to move, the suction simply cut off in alternate feet. The tech crew flyers spun in gracefully, and the crew in their sanitary suits were out in seconds, spraying the crops in a wide semicircle with a different sealant, one that would not harm anything organic until it could be analyzed at the DNA level, or whatever might be there. Weapons were only half the danger. The worse half was contamination. Not all the nations of Earth placed sanctions on genetic research. "Where's the projectile?" Jennifer said over the comlink to the tech chief. His suit was audio only, but he didn't have to ask who was speaking. "H section. They've got it sealed. It dented the panel on impact, but didn't puncture. That was good. The projectile was available for analysis without retrieving it from space. What does it look like? Meteor?" "Maybe," Jennifer said, and Will beside her nodded. She was glad it was Will. Sometimes it was Ricky when damage happened, and that was always tiresome. Will flew more slowly back across the orbital. He was a good pilot, and proud of his skill. Below them, Sanctuary stretched. Fields and domes, roads and power plants, window panels continuously cleaned by the tiny bots that did nothing else. Bright, warm artificial sunshine suffused the air with golden haze. As they landed, the spicy smell of soy flowers, the newest decorative edible, wafted toward Jennifer. "I want the council assembled to hear the lab reports," she said. Will, out of his helmet, looked first startled, then comprehending. "I'll call them." You could never rest. The Quran and United States history agreed on at least that one point. "And they who fulfill their covenant and endure with fortitude, misfortune, hardship, and peril, these are they who are true in their faith." And then, "The price of liberty is eternal vigilance." Not that Sanctuary had genuine liberty. Jennifer stood before her counsel. Ricky looked at her face, and his own grew set. Nadja stared out the window. Counselor Lynn leaned forward. Counselor Ames held her hands tightly clasped together on the metal table. "The lab reports are all negative," Jennifer said. "This time. The composition of the projectile is consistent with J-class meteors, although that, of course, does not rule out its capture and subsequent use as a weapon. It appeared to contain no active microbes, and such spores as were found as consistent with J-class. The soil does not contain any foreign microbes, genetically altered or otherwise, that we could identify. Although, of course, that doesn't mean they aren't there, hidden through DNA mimicry with gene triggers for later activation." "Mother," Ricky said carefully, "nobody but us is capable of that level of genetic work, and even we're not very good at it yet." Jennifer smiled brilliantly at him. "No one we know about. We monitor every lab on Earth, practically, through data tapping." "Note the word practically," Jennifer said. "We don't actually know we have them all, do we?" Ricky shifted position in his chair. He was 31, a stocky man with thick hair over a low brow and dark eyes. "Mother, this is the 16th damage alert in 2 years, and not one of them has been an attack. 8 meteor hits with 3 punctures. 3 temporary malfunctions almost immediately corrected. 2 spontaneous microbe mutations from the space radiation we can't do a thing about. 1, 16 we know about," Jennifer said. "Can you guarantee that right now there are not DNA mimetic microbes in the air you're breathing? That your baby is breathing?" Counselor Ames said timidly. "But in the absence of proof—" "Political proof is a beggar concept," Jennifer said. "You don't know that, Lucy, because you've never been on Earth. The concept of scientific proof is perverted there, used selectively to advance whatever cause the government is espousing to make claims on its betters. They can prove anything in their courts of law, in their news grids, in their financial dealings. What were your taxes last year to the IRS, Lucy? To New York State? And what did you get back in return? Yet the President of the United States would offer you proof that you have an obligation to support the weak by paying them, and further proof that if you don't, his military has the right to seize or destroy the very facilities you use to support your life and the life of your community." "But," Counselor Ames said, bewildered, "Sanctuary pays its taxes. They're unfair, but we pay them." Jennifer did not answer. After a moment, Will Sandalero said smoothly, "Yes, we do." Ricky Keller said, "The point is, none of these damage incidents have been attacks, yet our assumption always is that they are, and even evidence to the contrary is suspect. Have we carried this paranoia too far?" Jennifer looked at her son. Strong, loyal, productive. A member of the community to be proud of. She was proud of him. She loved him and Nadja as much as when they had been children, but her love had done them a disservice. She knew that now. Through her protection, her fierce shielding of them from what the beggars could do, they had grown up too secure. They didn't understand how it was. Outside this enclave, where community was strength, safety, survival, and where strength and safety and survival let a person use his talents for the fulfillment of his life. Her children did not understand the clawing, hot-eyed hatred the beggars felt toward that attitude, because beggars could never fulfill their own lives without looting the lives of their betters. Ricky and Nadja had seen that only secondhand, in newsgrid broadcasts from Earth, and then usually contemporary broadcasts. Like wild animals who have eaten to satiety, the beggars were relatively quiet now under the dole, under the absence of Sleepless before their very eyes. They dozed in the sun of cheap Y energy, and it was easy to forget how dangerous they really were, especially if, like her children, you had spent most of your life in safety. Jennifer would never forget. She would remember for all of them. She said, "Vigilance is not paranoia, and trust outside the community is not a survival skill. It could endanger us all. Ricky said nothing more. He would never endanger the community. None of them, Jennifer knew, would ever do that. I have a proposal to put in front of you, Jennifer said. Will, the only one who knew what she was going to say, grew taut. Ready. All our safety measures are defensive. Not even retaliatory defensive, merely damage control defensive. But the core of our existence is the survival of the community and its rights, and among the rights of the community is self-defense. It's time for Sanctuary to develop bargaining power through defensive weapons. We've been prevented from doing that by the careful international monitoring of every Sanctuary transaction with Earth, no matter how covert. The only way we've kept the beggars out of here for 24 years is by never giving the slightest legal excuse for the issuance of a search warrant. Jennifer searched her audience's faces, tallying. Will and Victor Lynn solidly with her. That was good. Lynn was influential. 3 more listening with receptive body language. 3 closed and frowning. 8 with the faces of surprise or uncertainty, including young Lucy Ames, and both her children. She went on composedly. The only way to both prevent penetration of Sanctuary by sleepers and to create defensive weapons is through the use of our one undeniably superior technology, genetics. We've already done that with the new gene mods for Miranda and the other children. Now we need to think about using our strength to create defensive weapons. A storm of protest broke out. She and Will had expected this. Sanctuary, a refuge, had no military tradition. They listened carefully, not so much for the arguments as for the alliances. Who might be persuaded, who would never be, who was open to what moves along the decision tree? All the moves would be open and legitimate. Community, above all. But communities changed. The 8 non-family counselors held their seats for only 2 years, and even family composition was open to change. Lars Johnson was not just second husband. She might have a third. Or Ricky might have a new wife, and at 16 the next generation would take voting seats on the council. 16 for a gene mod Sleepless was old enough to make intelligent choices. Miranda's choices would be super intelligent. Jennifer and Will could wait. They would force no one. That was the way a community worked. Not among the beggars, but here in Sanctuary, that was the way the community worked. It worked through the slow shaping of consensus among the members, the productive, who were entitled to their individual viewpoints because they were productive. Jennifer could wait for her community to take action. But the Sharifi Labs research facilities did not belong to the community. They were hers, built and financed with her money, not the Sanctuary Corporation funds. And what was hers could begin work immediately. That way, the biological weapons would be ready when the community needed them. I think, Nadja said, that we should discuss this in terms of the next generation. What relationships will we have with the federal government 20 years down the line? If we feed all the variables into the Geary Toller's social dynamics equations, her daughter, bright, productive, committed. Jennifer smiled across the table at Nadja with love. She would protect her daughter and start the research on gene mod bioweapons. Drew had 2 problems at Lisha's place in the desert. Eric Bevington Watrous and food. The way he figured it, nobody but him even knew these were problems. On the other hand, they thought he had all kinds of problems that Drew himself didn't see as bothersome at all. They thought he was worried by the strange manners, the confusing number of people to keep straight, the donkey talk he'd never heard before, the need to sleep that only a few others shared, and the time he had to wait, doing nothing until September, when they shipped him off to the donkey school they were paying for. None of these were problems for Drew, especially the doing nothing. Nobody in his short life had ever done otherwise. But doing nothing, he saw on the first day, was not going to keep the scooter up in this place. Not here. These people were afraid of doing nothing. So he kept busy and made sure everybody saw him keeping busy at all the things they thought were his problems. He learned the names of everybody in the compound. That's what they called it, a compound, which up till that very minute, Drew had thought was a double fuck at a brainy party, something he had once observed with great interest. He learned how they were related, Lisha and her sister, the old lady with a stroke who was a sleeper, and her sleeper son Jordan, and his sleepless wife Stella, whom Drew saw pretty quick he had better call Mr. Watrous and Mrs. Bevington Watrous. That's just the way they were. They had 3 kids, Alicia and Eric and Seth. Alicia was grown up. She might be as old as 18, but not married, which Drew thought strange. In Montrance, women of 18 usually had their first baby. Maybe donkeys were different. There were other people too, mostly sleepless, but not always, who lived there. Drew learned what all these people did, law and money and donkey things like that, and he tried to stay interested. When he couldn't stay interested, he tried to at least stay useful, running errands and asking people if they needed anything. Obsequious little lackey, he heard Alicia say once. But then the old lady cut her off pretty sharp by saying, "Don't you dare misunderstand him, young lady. He's doing the best he can with the genes he's got, and I won't have you trampling on his feelings." Drew hadn't felt trampled. He didn't know what either obsequious or lackey meant, but he'd learned that the old lady liked him, and after that he spent a lot of time doing things for her, who after all needed it the most anyway, since she was so old. "Are you by any chance a twin, Drew?" she asked him once. She was working very slowly at a terminal. "No, ma'am," he answered promptly. The idea gave him crawlies. Nobody else was like him. "Ah," the old lady said, smiling a little. "Determinedly discontinuous." They used a lot of words he didn't understand. Words, ideas, manners. They talked about the shift of electoral power. What kind was that? Was it different from Y energy? About gene mod diatoms feeding Madagascar. About the advantages of circumlunar orbitals compared to the older circumterrestrial ones. They told him to cut his meat with fork and knife, not to talk with his mouth full, say thank you even for stuff he didn't want. He did it all. They told him he had to learn to read, and he worked at the terminal every day, even though it was slow scooting, and he didn't see how he would ever use it. Terminals spoke you whatever you wanted to know, and when there were words on the screen, there wasn't as much room for graphics. Graphics made more sense to Drew than words anyway. They always had. He felt things in graphics, colors and shapes in the bottom of his brain, that somehow floated up to the top and filled his head. The old lady was a spiral, brown and rust-colored. The desert at night filled him with soft, sliding purple. Like that. But they said to learn to read, so he did. They said to get along with Eric Bevington Watrous, too, but that was harder than the reading. And it was Eric who first noticed Drew's problem with the food. He was smart. They were all so fucking smart. "Having trouble with real food, aren't you?" Eric taunted him. "Used to that liver soy synth stuff, and real food rips at your gut. Why don't you shit it out right here, you mannerless little vermin?" "What's your problem, you?" Drew said quietly. Eric had followed him to the enormous cottonwood by the creek, a place Drew liked to be alone. Now he stood tensed, and started a slow turn to get the water at his back. "You're my problem, vermin," Eric said. "You're a parasite here. You don't contribute, you don't belong, you can't read, you can't even eat. You aren't even clean. Why don't you just take a walk into the ocean and let the waves wipe your ass?" As Drew slowly turned, Eric did too. That was good. Eric might have 20 pounds and 2 years on him, but he didn't know how to maneuver for fighting advantage. The sun appeared over Drew's left shoulder. He kept turning. He said, "I don't see you contributing so fucking much, you. Your grandmom says you're the biggest worry she got, her." Eric's face turned purple. "You never talk about me with my own family," he yelled and charged forward. Drew dropped to one knee, ready to leverage Eric over one shoulder and throw him into the creek. But just before Eric reached Drew, he leapt into the air, a controlled leap that brought instant sickening waves through Drew's chest. He had made a bad mistake. Eric was trained. It was just a kind of training Drew hadn't recognized. The toe of Eric's boot caught Drew under the chin. Pain exploded through his jaw. His head whipped backward and he felt something snap in his spine. The force of the kick hurtled him backward, over the shallow embankment into the creek. Everything went wet and red. When he came to, he lay on a bed. Wires and needles ran from his body to machines that whirred and hummed. His head whirred and hummed, too. He tried to raise it from the pillow. His neck wouldn't move. Instead, he turned it slowly to the side, as far as it would go, a few inches. A bulky figure sat in a chair beside his bed. Jordan Watrous. "Drew!" Jordan jumped up from his chair. "Nurse, he's awake!" There were a great many people in his room then, most of them not in Drew's careful catalog of compound dwellers. He didn't see Lisha. His head hurt. His neck hurt. "Lisha!" "I'm here, Drew." She came around to his head. Her hand was cool on his cheek. What happened? Me. You had a fight with Eric. He remembered. Looking at Lisha, he was astonished to see that there were tears in her eyes. Why was she crying? The answer came slowly. She was crying over him. Drew. Him. I hurt. I know you do, honey. I can't move my neck, me. Lisha and Jordan exchanged looks. She said, It's strapped down. There's nothing wrong with your neck. But your legs. Lisha, not yet, Jordan begged. And Drew turned his head, slowly, painfully, toward Jordan. He had never heard that kind of voice from a grown man, from his mom or his sisters after Daddy whopped them good, but not from a grown man. Something in his head whispered, This is important. Yes, now, Lisha said steadily. The truth is best, and Drew's tough. Honey, something broke in your spine. We did a lot of repair work, but nerve tissue doesn't regenerate. At least not in people like... The doctors did muscle augments, other things. I know you don't understand what that means yet. What you can understand is that your neck is all right, or will be in a month or so. Your arms and body are all right, but your legs... Lisha turned her head. The harsh overhead light made her tears shiny. You won't walk again, Drew. The rest of your body functions normally, but you won't walk. You'll have a power chair, the best we can buy or build or invent, but you won't walk. Drew was silent. It was too enormous. He couldn't take it all in. Then, abruptly, he could. Colors and shapes exploded in his mind. He said fiercely, Does this mean I can't go to no school in September, me? Lisha looked startled. Honey, it's past September. But yes, of course you can still go to school next term if you want to. Of course you can. She looked across the bed at Jordan, and her look held so much pain that Drew looked too. Jordan looked burned. Drew knew what it was to look burned. He had seen it on men whose scooters, illegally modified, went up in flames and took part of them with it. He had seen it on a woman whose baby had drowned in the big river. He had seen it on his mom. It was a look not to get yourself any feelings about, because the feelings would hurt so bad you couldn't help nobody, not even yourself. And that look should mean some help for somebody, Drew had always thought. Or how come people had to go through having it gnaw at their faces? He said, Mr. Watrous, sir. He had learned that word. They liked it here. It warn't Eric's fault. I started it. Jordan's face changed. First, the look went away, then it came back, then it hardened into something else, and then it came back again, worse than before. Lisha said, We know that's not true. Eric told us what happened. Drew thought about that. Maybe it was true. He didn't understand Eric all the way through, him. He'd already known that. And if things had been backside too, so that Drew had been the one to make it so Eric couldn't walk. Couldn't walk. Honey, don't, Lisha said, and now she was begging too. I know it seems terrible, but it isn't the end of the world. You can still go to school, learn to be somebody, the way you said. Be brave, Drew. I know you are brave. Well, he was. He was a brave kid, him. Everybody always said that, even in stinking Montrose. He was Drew Arlen, who was going to own Sanctuary someday. And he would never, ever, ever look as burned as Mr. Watrous did now. Not Drew Arlen, him. He said to Lisha, Will the power chair be the kind that can float 3 inches above the floor and go downstairs? It will be the kind that can fly to the moon, if you want it to. Drew smiled. He made himself smile. He saw something now, sitting clean in front of him, like a big, shimmery bubble. He didn't know how he'd missed it before. It was big and warm and shining, and he not only saw it, he felt the bubble in every little bone in his body. Mr. Watrous said brokenly, Drew, nothing can make this up to you, but we'll do everything we can. Everything. And they would. That was the bubble. Drew hadn't had words for it before. He somehow never had words till somebody gave them to him. But that was the bubble, right there. He didn't have to run errands for the old lady anymore, or learn the manners they shoved at him, or even eat the real food. He would go on doing these things because some of them he wanted to learn and some of them he liked. But he didn't have to. They would do anything for him now. They would have to. Now and for the rest of his life. He had them. I know you will, he said to Jordan. For a long moment, the bubble held him, while Lisha and Jordan exchanged startled looks above his head. Then the bubble burst. He couldn't hold it. It wasn't gone entirely. It was still true and would come back, but he couldn't hold it now. His legs were broken, and he would never walk again. And he started to cry, a 10-year-old strapped immobile on a hospital bed in a room with strangers who never slept. 18. Coming next, a nation becalmed. The United States at its tricentennial, said the news grid announcer. A special CNS broadcast in depth. Ha, Lisha said. They couldn't report in depth on a soy synth cooking bee. Hush, I want to hear it, Alice said. Drew, hand me my glasses from the table. They formed a semicircle around the hollow grid, 26 assorted people sitting or standing or leaning against the adobe walls. Drew handed Alice her glasses. Lisha spared a minute from the ridiculous broadcast to glance at him. Drew had been a year in his power chair, and he maneuvered it as unthinkingly as a pair of shoes. In the months away at school, he had grown taller, although no less skinny. He was quieter, less open, but wasn't that normal for a boy approaching adolescence? Drew seemed all right. He was used to his chair, adjusted to his new life. Lisha turned her attention back to the hollow grid. It represented state-of-the-art donkey technology, a flattened rectangle fastened to the ceiling, pocked by various apertures and bulges. It projected the broadcast in three-dimensional holograms 5 feet high on the hollow stage below. The color was more vivid than reality, the outlines less vivid, so that all images took on the bright, soft look of children's drawings. 300 years ago today, said the preternaturally handsome narrator, obviously Jean Maud, dressed in a spotless uniform of George Washington's army. The founders of our country signed the most historic document the world has ever known, the Declaration of Independence. The old words still move us. When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bonds which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitled them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Alice snorted. Lisha glanced at her, but Alice was smiling. That they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Drew frowned. Lisha wondered if he knew what the words even meant. His grades at school had not been spectacular. A thin blanket covered his legs. Across the room, Eric, subdued and sullen, lounged against a wall. He never looked directly at Drew, but Drew, Lisha had noticed, almost seemed to go out of his way to power his chair up to Eric, talk to him, turn on him Drew's dazzling smile. Revenge? But surely that was too subtle for an 11-year-old. Reconciliation? Need? All three, Alice had said crisply. But then, Lisha, you never were very sensitive to theater. The picturesque narrator finished the Declaration of Independence and vanished. Scenes followed of July 4th celebrations across the country. Livers roasting soy synth barbecue in Georgia. Red, white, and blue scooters parading in California. A donkey ball in New York, with the women in the new severe gowns that were stark, straight falls of silk, but were worn with elaborate collars and arm cuffs of heavy jewel-studded gold. The voiceover was electronically enhanced. Independence indeed, from hunger, from want, from the factionalism that divided us for so long, from foreign entanglements, as George Washington advised 300 years ago, from envy, from class conflict, from innovation. It has been a decade since the United States has pioneered a single important technological breakthrough. Contentment, it seems, breeds comfort with familiarity. But was this what the Founding Fathers intended for us? This sweet comfort? This undisturbed political balance? Does the tricentennial find us at a destination or becalmed in stagnant waters? Lisha was startled. When was the last time she had heard even a donkey news grid ask the question? Jordan and Stella both leaned forward. And what effect, the voiceover went on, is this mellow balance having on our young? The working class. Scenes of the New York Stock Exchange, Congress in session, a meeting of Fortune 500 CEOs. Still hustles, but the so-called livers, the 80% of the population who control elections through sheer numbers, represent a shrinking pool from which to draw the best and the brightest to create America's future. Becoming the best and the brightest must be preceded by a desire to excel. Ah, switch the grid, Eric said loudly. Stella glanced at him, her eyes angry. Jordan looked down at the floor. This middle child was breaking both their hearts. And perhaps adversity itself is necessary to create that desire. The all but discredited ideals of Yagaism that held such strong sway 40 years ago when Wall Street and scooter races vanished. The narrator went on, describing hollow scenes that were not there, but the stage filled with a projection of dense blackness. What the? Seth said. Stars appeared in the blackness. Space. The narrator's voice went on describing the tricentennial party at the White House. In front of the stars appeared an orbital, spinning slowly, and beneath it a banner with a quote from a different president in a different time. Abraham Lincoln. No man is good enough to govern another man without that other's consent. Babel filled the room. Lisha sat a moment stunned, but then she understood. This was not a general broadcast. Sanctuary maintained a number of communication satellites, monitoring Earth broadcasts and conducting datanet business. They were capable of focused, very narrow beam frequencies. The image of Sanctuary was intended for no place else but the compound, for no one else but her. It had been 25 years since Lisha had communicated with Sanctuary, or its overt holdings, or its shadowy, covert business partners. That lack of communication, with its myriad ramifications, had forced all their idleness, their becalmed stagnation, hers and Jordan's children. 25 years, hence this broadcast. Jennifer just wanted to remind her that Sanctuary was still there. Muri's earliest memory was stars. Her second earliest memory was Tony. In the stars memory, her grandmother held her up to a long curved window, and beyond the window was black, dotted with steady lights, glowing, wonderful lights, and as Miri watched, one of them flew past. A meteor, Grandma said, and Miri reached out her arms to touch the beautiful stars. Grandma laughed. They're too far for your hand, but not for your mind. Always remember that, Miranda. She did. She always remembered everything, every bit of what happened to her. But that couldn't be true because she didn't remember a time without Tony, and Mommy and Daddy told her there had been a whole year without him, before he was born to them just the way she had been. So there must be at least a year she didn't remember. She did remember when Nikos and Christina Dimitrios came, and soon after the twins, Alan Sheffield came, and then Sarah Sorelli. 6 of them, tumbling around the nursery under the watchful eye of Ms. Patterson or Grandma Sheffield, going home to their domes with their parents for visits, playing games with the electrodes on their heads for Dr. Toliveri and Dr. Clement. They all liked Dr. Toliveri, who laughed easily, and they even liked Dr. Clement, who didn't. They all liked everything, because everything was so interesting. Their nursery was in the same dome as another one, and for part of every day, Miri wasn't sure what that word meant yet, except that it had something to do with counting something, and she liked counting. The plaster wall between them was open. The kids in the other nursery rushed into Miri's, or the other way around, and Miri tumbled over the floor with Joan, or tussled over toys with Robbie, or piled blocks on top of each other with Kendall. She remembered the day that stopped. It started with Joan Lucas, who was bigger than Miri, and had curly, bright brown hair, shiny as stars. Joan said to her, "Why do you wiggle all over like that?" "I don't know," Miri said. She had noticed, of course, that she and Tony and the others in her nursery twitched, and Joan and the others in hers did not. And Joan never stuttered, either, the way Miri and Tony and Christina and Alan did. But Miri hadn't thought about it. Joan had brown hair, she had black. Alan had yellow. Twitching seemed like that. Joan said, "Your head is too big." Miri felt it. It didn't feel bigger than before. "I don't want to play with you," Joan said abruptly. She walked away. Miri stared after her. Ms. Patterson was there immediately. "Joan, do you have a problem?" Joan stopped walking and stared at Ms. Patterson. All the children knew that tone. Joan's face crumpled. "You are being silly," Ms. Patterson said. "Miri is a member of your community, of Sanctuary. You will play with her now." "Yes, ma'am," Joan said. None of the children was exactly sure what a community was, but when the adults said the word, they obeyed. Joan picked up the doll she and Miri had been trying to dress, but Joan's face stayed crumpled, and after a while, Mary didn't want to play anymore. She remembered this. They had lessons every day, 3 nurseries of kids learning together in a community. Mary remembered vividly the moment she realized that a terminal was not just to watch or listen to. You could make it do things. You could make it tell you things. She asked it what a day was, why the ceiling was up, what Tony had for breakfast, how old Daddy was, how many days till her birthday. It always knew. It knew more than Grandma or Mommy or Daddy. It was very wise. It told you to do things, too, and if you did them right, it made a smiling face, and if you didn't, you got to try again. She remembered the first day she noticed that sometimes the terminal was wrong. It was Joan who made Mary see it. They were working on a terminal together, which everyone had to do part of each day. Mary knew the word now, because they were a community. Mary didn't like working with Joan. Joan was very slow. Left alone, Joan would still be on the second problem when Mary was on the 10th. She sometimes thought Joan didn't like working with her either. The terminal was in visual mode only. They were practicing reading. The problem was, doll is to plastic, as baby is to question. Mary said, "My turn," and typed in God. The terminal flashed a frowning face. "That's not right," Joan said with some satisfaction. Yes, it is," Mary said, troubled. "The terminals were wrong." "I suppose you know more than the terminal?" God is right," Mary insisted. "It's 4 strings down." Despite herself, Joan looked interested. "What do you mean 4 strings down? There's no strings in this problem." Not in the problem," Mary said. She tried to think how to explain it. She could see it in her mind, but explaining it was harder, especially to Joan. Before she could begin, Ms. Patterson was there. "Is there a problem here, girls?" Joan said, not nastily. "Mary has a wrong answer, but she says it's right." Ms. Patterson looked at the screen. She knelt down beside the children. "How is it right, Mary?" Mary tried. "It's 4 little strings down, Miss Patterson. See, a doll is a toy. The first string goes from doll to toy. A toy is for pretend. And one thing we pretend is that a shooting star is a real star. So you can put shooting star next in the first string to make the pattern work." So many words was hard work. Mary wished she didn't have to explain so hard. "Then a shooting star is really a meteor, and you have to make the string go real now, because before you made it pretend. So the end of the first string, for 4 little strings down, is meteor." Ms. Patterson was staring at her. "Go on, Mary." "Then for plastic," Mary said, a little desperately, "the first string leads to invented. It has to, you see, because toy led to pretend." She tried to think of a way to explain that the fact that the little strings were one place off from each other was part of the whole design, echoed in the inversion she was going to make of the same words between substrings 2 and 3, but that was too hard to explain. She stuck to the strings themselves, not the overall design, which troubled her because the overall design was just as important. It just took too long to explain in her stammering speech. "Invented goes to people, of course, because people invent things. The people's string leads to community, a lot of people, and that string has to go to orbital, because then the 2 strings lined up next to each other make the problems say meteor is to orbital," Ms. Patterson said in a funny voice. "And that's a reasonable analogy. Meteor does bear a definable relationship to orbital, one natural and inhuman, one constructed and human." Mary wasn't sure what all Ms. Patterson's words meant. This wasn't going right. Ms. Patterson looked a little scary, and Joan looked lost. She plunged ahead anyway. "Then for baby, the first string leads to small. That leads to protect, like I do to Tony, because he's smaller than me. and might get hurt if he climbs too high. Then the little string goes to community, because the community protects people. And the fourth little string has to go to people, because the community is people, and because it was that way upside down under plastic. And a lot of our orbital is made of plastic. Miss Patterson still had her funny voice. So at the end of 3 sets of 4 strings, Joan, don't change the terminal screen just yet. At the end of these strings of yours, the problem reads, meteor is to orbital, as people is to blank, and you typed in God. Yes, Miri said, more happily now. Ms. Patterson did understand. Because an orbital is an invented community, while a meteor is just bare rock. And God is a planned community of minds, while people alone are just one by one bare. Ms. Patterson took her to Grandma. Mary had to explain the whole thing all over again, but this time it was easier because Grandma drew the design while Mary talked. Mary wondered why she hadn't thought of this herself. The drawing let her put in all the cross connections, and it was much clearer that way, even if some of the lines she drew were wobbly because the light pen in her fist wouldn't go as straight as the picture in her mind. When she was done, the drawing looked very simple to her. But then it was simple. Just a little set of strings to practice reading. Doll is to plastic, as baby is to question mark. 1 string down. Toy is to invented, as small is to question mark. 2 strings down. Pretend is to people, as protect is to question mark. 3 strings down. Shooting star is to community, as community is to question mark. 4 strings down. Meteor is to orbital, as people is to God. Afterward, Grandma was quiet a long time. Mary, do you always think this way, in strings that make designs? Yes, Mary said, astonished. Don't you? Grandma didn't answer that. Why did you want to type in the analogy that exists 4 little strings down on the terminal? You mean instead of 8 or 10 strings down? Mary said, and Grandma's eyes got very wide. Instead of no strings down, the one the terminal wanted. Didn't you know that was what it wanted? Yes, but... Mary squirmed in her chair. I get bored with the top strings. Sometimes. Ah, Grandma said. After another long silence, she said, where did you hear that God is a planned community of minds? On a news grid. Mommy was playing it when I was home for a visit. I see. Grandma stood. You are very special, Miri. Tony is too, and Nikos and Christina and Alan and Sarah. Grandma, will the new baby Mommy wants to have be special when it's born? Yes. Will it twitch like we do, and stutter, and eat so much? Yes. And think in strings? Yes, Grandma said. And Mary always remembered the expression on her face. There were no more newsgrid broadcasts from Earth. They had never come into the nursery, only into Mommy and Daddy's dome. But now Mary never saw them there either. When you are older, Grandma said, there are beggar ideas you'll have to encounter soon enough, but not just yet. Learn first what's right. It was Grandma, or sometimes Grandpa Will, who decided what was right. Daddy was gone a lot on business. Mommy was often there, but sometimes it seemed to Mary she didn't want to be. She would turn her head away from Mary and Tony when they entered a room. It's because we twitch and stutter, she said to Tony. Mommy doesn't like us. Tony started to cry. Mary put her arms around him and cried, too, but she wouldn't take the words back. They were true. Mommy was too beautiful to like anyone who twitched and stuttered and drooled, and truth was paramount to a community. I'm your community, she told Tony. And that was an interesting sentence, because it was both true and of limited truth, with substrings and cross connections that went down 16 strings and formed a pattern that drew on what she had been learning in mathematics and astronomy and biology. A glorious pattern, intricate and balanced, as the molecular structure of a crystal. The pattern was almost worth Tony's tears. Almost. As she grew older, however, Mary began to feel there was something missing in her patterns. She couldn't tell what. She had drawn a number of them for Grandma and Dr. Tolliver, until they got so complicated she knew she was leaving things out. Besides, every time she drew a string pattern, thinking and drawing it made new patterns, each with multi-level strings and cross-hatching of their own. And there was no way to draw those too, because if she did, drawing them would just generate more. Drawing and explaining could never keep up with thinking, and Mary grew impatient with the attempts to try. She understood by the time she was 8 the biology of what had been done to her and the others like her. Super Sleepless, they were called. She understood, too, that it must never be allowed to interfere with the twin truths Sanctuary was built on: productivity and community. To be productive was to be fully human. To share your productivity with the community in strict fairness was to create strength and protection for all. Anyone who would try to violate either truth, to reap the benefits of community without in turn contributing productively to it, was obscene, an inhuman beggar. Mary recoiled from the thought. No one could be that morally repulsive. On Earth, yes, which was full of what Grandma called beggars in Spain, some of whom were even sleepless, but never in Sanctuary. The alterations to her nervous system, to Tony's, Christina's, Alan's, Mark's, Joanna's, were to make her more productive, more used to the community and herself, more intelligent than humans had been before. They were all taught that, even the non-supers, and eventually they all accepted it. Joan and Mary played together now every day. Mary was filled with gratitude. But much as she liked Joan, much as she admired Joan's long brown curls and ability to play the guitar and high, sweet laugh, Mary knew that it was with her own kind, the other supers, that she felt the most community. She tried to hide this. It was wrong. Except for Tony, of course, who was her brother, and who one day would, with her and baby Ali, who had turned out to not be a super after all, despite what Grandma said, join the Sharifi voting bloc that controlled 51% of Sanctuary stock, plus the family economic holdings. These were the things that guaranteed they were not beggars. The economic structure of Sanctuary interested her. Everything interested her. She learned to play chess, and for a month refused to do anything else. The game let you make dozens of generations of strings, all intricately knotted to your opponent's string. But after a month, chess palled. There were, after all, only 2 sets of strings involved, even though they got very long. Neurology interested her more. The brain had 100 billion neurons, each with multiple receptor sites for neurotransmitters, of which there were so many variants that the strings you could construct were nearly infinite. By the time Mary was 10, she was conducting experiments in neurotransmitter dosage, using herself and the willing Tony as primary subjects, Christina and Nikos as controls. Dr. Tolliver encouraged her. Soon you will be contributing yourself, Miranda, to the next generation of supers. But it was all not enough. There was still something missing in her strings, something Mary felt so obscurely she could not discuss it with anyone but Tony, who, it turned out, didn't know what she was talking about. You mean, Mary, some strings have weak places due to insufficient databases to draw concepts from? She heard the spoken words, but she also heard more. The strings that came with them. The Tony strings in his own head, which she could guess at because she knew him so well. He sat supporting his big head in his hands, as they all frequently did, his mouth and eyelids and temples twitching, the thick, dark hair jerking rhythmically over his forehead with the convulsions of his body. His strings were lovely, strong, and sharp, but Mary knew that they were not as long as hers, or as complex in their cross-hatching. He was 9 years old. No, she said slowly. Not insufficient databases. More like a space where another dimension of strings should go. A third dimension of thought, he said with pleasure. Great, but why? It all fits in two dimensions. Simplicity of design is superiority of design. She heard the strings on that one. Occam's razor, minimalism, program elegance, geometric theorems. She waved her hand clumsily. None of them were physically very deft. They tended to avoid research that required handling many materials, and to spend time programming robo-Waldos when such handling couldn't be avoided. I don't know. Tony hugged her. No words were necessary between them, and that was a third language, an addition to the simplicity of words and the complexity of strings, and better than either. Jennifer, for once, looked shaken. How could it happen? Counselor Perillian said. He looked as white as Jennifer. The doctor, a young woman still in recyclable sterols, shook her head. Blood stained the front of her smock. She had come right from the hospital delivery room to Jennifer, who had called an emergency council session. The doctor looked close to tears. She had returned to Sanctuary only 2 months ago from the Earth medical training that was still mandatory, much thinner than when she had left. Perillian said, Have you filed the birth certificate yet? No, the doctor said. She was intelligent, Jennifer thought, as well as capable. The horror around the table did not lessen, but over it crept an almost imperceptible relaxation. There was no official transmission yet to Washington. Then we have a little time, Jennifer said. If we weren't still tied to the New York State and United States governments, we'd have more time, Perillian said. Filing birth certificates, receiving a security dole number, he snorted, being entered in the tax rolls. None of that counts just now, Ricky said, a little impatiently. Yes, it does, Perillian insisted. Jennifer saw his long face set into stubborn lines. He was 72, just a few years younger than she, and had come from the United States in the first wave of settlement. He knew, had seen, how it was there, unlike the Sleepless born in Sanctuary, and he remembered. His votes had been useful to Jennifer's goals for Sanctuary. She would miss him when his term ended. The question we have to face, Nadja said, is what to do about this baby. And we don't have much time. If there's an anomaly in the birth certificate filing, some damned agency or other might get a search warrant. It was what they all dreaded, a legal reason for sleepers to come to Sanctuary. For 26 years, they had made sure no such legal reason existed by scrupulously meeting every single bureaucratic requirement of both the United States and the New York State governments. Sanctuary, as the property of a corporation registered in New York State, fell under its legal jurisdiction. Sanctuary filed its legal motions there, licensed its lawyers and doctors, paid its taxes, and each year sent more of its lawyers to Harvard to learn how to keep there and here legally separate. This new baby could shatter that separation. Jennifer had regained her composure. She was still very pale, but her head, with its crown of black hair, was held high. Let's start by stating the facts. If this baby should die, its body would be shipped to New York for autopsy, as they all are. Perillian nodded. He already knew where she was going. His nod was support. She went steadily on. If that happens, the sleepers might have a legal reason to enter Sanctuary. Charges of murder. No one mentioned that other travesty of a murder trial 35 years ago. This one would be different. Sanctuary would be guilty. On the other hand, Jennifer said in her clear voice, it might be medically possible that the baby would appear to die of sudden infant death syndrome, or some other clearly unassailable cause. Or if the baby lives, then we will have to raise it. Here, with our own. In its condition, with all that implies. She paused. I think our choice is clear. But how could it happen? Counselor Kavenin burst out. She was very young and inclined to be weepy. Jennifer wouldn't miss her when her term ended. Dr. Toliveri said, We don't know as much as we would like about genetic information transmission over time. There have only been 2 naturally born generations of Sleepless. His voice trailed off. It was obvious that in some way he blamed himself, Sanctuary's chief geneticist. This was so clearly unfair that Jennifer felt anger. Raymond Toliveri was a superb geneticist, responsible for creating her precious Miranda. Already this baby was causing disruption and strife in the community. But didn't they always? Counselor Kavenin said to the young doctor, Tell us once more what happened. Her voice had steadied. The delivery was normal. A 9-pound boy. He cried right away. The nurse wiped him off and took him to the McKelvey-Waller scanner for the neonatal brain scan. It takes about 10 minutes. While he was lying there in the padded basket under the scanners, the baby, he went to sleep. There was a moment of silence. Finally, Dr. Toliveri said, RNA regression to the mean. We know so little in the area of redundant coding. Jennifer said crisply, It's not your fault, doctor. She let that sink in, so they could see all the guilt a sleeper, even an infant sleeper, could bring to blameless people. Then she started the debate. The council explored all possible legal scenarios. What if they filed a birth certificate but falsified it, checking the box for sleepless rather than sleeper? It might be 80 years before the child died of a premature old age, and the government demanded an autopsy. But the child would have to take the mandatory New York State Board of Education tests at age 7. How much norm data did the Beggars really have for those tests? Enough to differentiate sleepers from sleepless? And there was the retina scan, virtually proof positive of sleep identity, although not for very small children. What if? Over and over again, Jennifer, with the help of Will and Perillian, dragged the argument back to the real issue. The good of the community versus the good of one who would be forever an outsider. Not only an outsider, but also a point of disruption, a potential point of legal entry for foreign governments, a person who could never produce on the level of the rest of them, who would forever take more than he gave. A beggar. The vote was 8-6. I won't be the one to do it, the young doctor said suddenly. I won't. You don't have to be, Jennifer said. I am chief executive officer. Mine is the signature that would have been on a falsified birth certificate. I will do it. Are you sure, Dr. Toliveri, that the injection will create conditions indistinguishable from SIDS? Toliveri nodded. He looked very pale. Ricky looked down at the surface of the table. Counselor Kavanagh stuck her fist in her mouth. The young doctor looked in pain. But none of them protested aloud after the vote was taken. They were a community. Later, afterward, Jennifer cried. Her tears humiliated her, hot, scant tears like boiling salt. Will held her, and she could feel his stiffness even as he patted her back. This wasn't what he expected from her. It wasn't what she expected either. But he tried. Dearest one, there was no pain. The heart stopped immediately. I know, she said coldly. Then, forgive me, I don't mean to do this. Later, when she had come back to herself, she didn't apologize again. But she said to Will, as they walked together under the curved arc of agricultural and technical panels that was the sky, the fault is with the government regulations that force us into deceit, no matter what we do. It's just one more example of what we've said before. If we were not part of the United States. Will nodded. They walked first to visit Miranda in the Children's Dome, and then to Sharifi Labs, Special Enterprises Division, as important as Miranda and under the tightest private property security anywhere under Sanctuary's solid, productive sky. Spring had come to the desert. Prickly pear bloomed with yellow flowers. Along the washes, cottonwoods glowed greenly. Sparrowhawks, solitary most of the winter, perched in twos. Lisha watched this flowering, so much more austere and rocky than along Lake Michigan, and wondered sardonically if the desert's modesty was as much a draw for her as was its isolation. Here, nothing was genetically modified. She stood in front of her work terminal, munching an apple, and listening to the program recite the 4th chapter of her book on Thomas Paine. The room glowed with sunlight. Alice's bed had been dragged to the window so she could see the flowers. Lisha hastily swallowed a bite of apple and addressed the terminal. Text change. Paine rushing to Philadelphia to Paine's rushing to Philadelphia. Changed, the terminal said. Alice said, Do you really think anyone still cares about those old rules for verbals? I care, Lisha said. Alice, you haven't touched your lunch. I'm not hungry. And you don't care about verbals. You're just filling time. Listen, there's a whole lot of commotion in the front of the house. Hungry or not, you have to eat. You have to. Alice was 75, but looked much older. Gone was the stocky figure that had plagued her all her life. Now her skin stretched thin over bones revealed as delicate wirework. She had had another stroke, and after that, she'd put away her terminal. Lisha, in desperation, had even suggested that Alice resume her work on twin parapsychology. Alice had smiled sadly. The twin work was the only thing they had never been able to really discuss, and had shaken her head. No, dear, it's too late to convince you. But the stroke hadn't impaired Alice's love for her family. She grinned as the commotion from the front of the house exploded into the room. Drew! I'm home, Grandma Alice. Hey, Lisha. Alice held out her arms hungrily, and Drew powered his chair to go into them. Unlike Alice's grandchildren, with their own perfect health, Drew was never repulsed by the frozen left side of Alice's face, the spittle at the left corner of her mouth, the slightly slurred speech. Alice hugged him tightly. Lisha put down her apple. It lacked flavor anyway. Whatever the agro-gene combines had done this time was a step backward, and tensed on her toes, waiting. When Drew finally turned to her, she said, "You've been kicked out of another school." Drew started his ingratiating grin, got a closer look at Lisha's face, and stopped smiling. Yes. What for this time? Not grades, Lisha. This time I studied. Well then, fighting. Who's hurt? He said sullenly. A son of a bitch named Lou Bergen. And I presume I'll be hearing from Mr. Bergen's lawyer. He started it, Lisha. I just finished it. Lisha studied Drew. He was 16, and despite the power chair, or because of it, he exercised fanatically, keeping his upper body superbly conditioned. She could well believe he was a lethal fighter. His adolescent features didn't yet fit together. Nose too big, chin too small, skin spotted by acne where it wasn't still rounded by baby fat. Only his eyes were handsome, vivid, green fringed by thick black lashes, with a concentrated gaze that could still make almost anyone think that Drew found him completely fascinating. Lisha was an exception. For the past 2 years there had been antagonism between them, periodically mitigated by clumsy attempts on his part to remember how much he owed her, and on hers to remember the engaging child he had been. This was the 4th school that had expelled him. The first time, Lisha had been indulgent. He was a small, crippled liver, and the intellectual demands of a school full of donkey children, most genetically modified for intelligence and physical health, must have been overwhelming for him. The second time, she had been less indulgent. Drew had failed every single subject, simply ceasing to go to class at all, spending solitary hours with his semi-automatic guitar or games terminal. No one had disturbed him. The school expected its students, most of whom would run the country someday, to be self-motivated. Lisha sent him next to the most structured school she could find. Drew loved it immediately. He discovered the drama program. He was the star of his acting class. I found my destiny, he said on a calmly call home. Lisha winced. Alice laughed. But 4 months later, Drew was home, bitter and silent. He had failed to get a part in either Death of a Salesman or Morning Light. Alice asked gently, was it because they didn't want a Willie Loman or Kellen V in a power chair? It was donkey politics, Drew spat, and it always will be. Lisha then searched hard for a school with an untaxing academic program, a strong artistic one, a structured school day, and as high a percentage as possible of students from families without much political clout, impressive financial connections, or illustrious histories. She found one that seemed to qualify in Springfield, Massachusetts. Drew had seemed to like the school, and Lisha had thought things were going well. Yet here he was again. Look at your face, Drew said sullenly. Why don't you say it aloud? Here's Drew back again, fucked up Drew who thinks he's going to be somebody but can't finish anything. What the shit should we do about poor little liver Drew? What are we going to do? Lisha said cruelly. Why don't you just give up on me? Alice said, oh no, Drew. Not you, Grandma Alice, her. Her that insists that people be wonderful or they don't exist. Lisha said, as opposed to thinking they're wonderful just because they exist, but do nothing to fulfill their own existence? Alice rapped out, that's enough, you two. It wasn't enough for Lisha. Drew's goading had hurt parts of her she hadn't known still existed. She said, now that you're home, Drew, you'll want to see Eric. He's straightened himself out wonderfully and is making genuine progress with global atmospheric curves. Jordan is immensely proud of him. Drew's green eyes blazed. Lisha turned her back. She was suddenly, sickeningly ashamed of herself. She was 75 years old, an incredible fact in itself. She never felt 75. And this boy was 16. Unmodified, a sleeper, not even drawn from the donkey class. As she got older, she lost compassion. Why else was she shut away from the world in this New Mexico fortress, in retreat from a country she had once hoped to help improve for everyone? Youthful dreams. Dreams which Drew didn't even have. Alice said wearily, "All right, Lisha. Drew, Eric asked me to give you a message." "What?" she heard Drew snarl. But it was a softened snarl. He could never stay angry at Alice. Not at Alice. Alice said, "Eric said to tell you that as part of his studies he walked into the Pacific and got his ass wiped." "What does that mean?" Drew laughed. "Really? Eric said that? I guess he has changed." The brooding bitterness returned to his voice. Stella ran into the room, looking distracted. She had put on weight and now looked like a painting by Titian, with plump, healthy flesh under youthfully red hair. "Lisha, there's a... Drew, what are you doing home?" "He's visiting," Alice said. "There's a what, dear?" "There's a visitor to see Lisha. Actually, 3 visitors." Stella smiled and her chins wobbled with excitement. "Here they are." "Richard!" Lisha catapulted across the room into his arms. Richard caught her, laughing, then let her go. Lisha turned immediately to his wife, Ada, a slim Polynesian girl who smiled shyly. Ada still had trouble with English. When Richard had first brought Ada to the New Mexico compound, after 20 years of solitary, aimless wandering around the globe, Lisha had been wary. She and Richard had never again been lovers. Lisha had recoiled from the thought of sleeping with Jennifer's husband. And Richard had never asked. He had grieved for years for his lost children, Nadja and Ricky. A silent, bitter grieving, so unlike a Sleepless that Lisha had not known how to respond. She had been relieved when he traveled for years at a time, disappearing with only his credit ring and the clothes on his back into India, Tibet, the Antarctic colonies, the Central South American desert, always somewhere technologically backward, as close to primitive as a world fueled by Kenzo Yagai still possessed. Lisha never asked him about his journeys. He never volunteered information. She suspected he passed as a sleeper. Then, 4 years ago, he had returned for one of his infrequent stays, bringing Ada, his wife. She came from one of the South Pacific voluntary cultural preserves. Ada was slim and brown with long, lustrous black hair, and a habit of ducking her head when anyone addressed her. She spoke no English. She was 15 years old. Lisha had welcomed her, set about learning Samoan, and tried to hide the fact that she was hurt to the heart. It wasn't that Richard had rejected her. It was that he had rejected all the choices of being sleepless, choosing accomplishment, choosing ambition, choosing the mind. But gradually, Lisha had come to understand. The point for Richard was not only that Ada, with her shy smiles and halting speech and youthful adoration of Richard, was so different from Lisha. It was that Ada was so different from Jennifer Sharifi. And Richard seemed happy. He had done what Lisha had not, and had made his own kind of peace with their sleepless past. And if that peace looked like a surrender, could Lisha say that her own solution, the moribund Susan Melling Foundation, which had had all of 10 applicants last year, was really any better? "I see you, Lisha," Ada said in English. "I see you gladly." "And I see you gladly," Lisha said warmly. For Ada, this was a long speech of great intellectual power. "I see you gladly, mira mi, Alice." Mira mi, Richard had once said, was a term of great respect for the honored old. Ada had flatly, shyly and sweetly, but flatly nonetheless, refused to believe that Alice and Lisha were twins. "And I see you gladly, dear," Alice said. "You remember Drew?" "Hey," Drew said, smiling. Ada smiled slightly and looked away, as was proper for a married woman to an unrelated man. Richard said genially, "Hey, Drew," which was such a change from the usual shadowed pain in his eyes when he spoke to Drew that Lisha blinked. She had never really understood that pain. Drew was a generation younger than Richard's lost son, and of course, he was a sleeper. Alice's voice quavered, which meant she was tiring. "Stella said 3 visitors." Stella entered then, carrying a baby. "Oh, Richard," Lisha said. Oh, Richard, this is Sean, after my father. The baby looked absurdly like Richard. Low brow, thick dark hair, dark eyes. Only his coffee-colored skin proclaimed Ada's genes. They had evidently not had him modified at all. Lisha took the infant in her arms, not sure what she felt. Sean gazed at her solemnly. Lisha's heart turned over. He's beautiful. Let me hold him, Alice said hungrily, and Lisha surrendered the baby. She was glad for Richard, who had always wanted a family, an anchor, an intimate community. 2 years ago, Lisha had medical tests to confirm that her own eggs were inert. Gametes, Susan had warned her decades ago, did not regenerate. Kevin Baker, the only prominent Sleepless left in the United States, had 4 children by his young, Sleepless wife. Jennifer Sharifi, she knew from consulting United States birth records, had 2 children and 4 grandchildren. Alice may have lost Moira, emigrant to Mars Colony, but she had Jordan and his 3 children. Stop it, she told herself, and did. The baby was passed around. Stella bustled in with cookies and coffee. Alice, tired, was wheeled to her room to sleep. Jordan came in from a field he was cultivating with experimental gene-mod sunflowers. Richard talked, seemingly freely, and yet with something odd in his manner, about his and Ada's wanderings through the artificial island's game sanctuary off the African coast. Hey, Drew said, and at the sound of his voice everybody looked up. Hey, this baby's sleeping. Lisha sat still. Then she stood, walked to Drew's chair, and stared down at the infant carryall parked at Drew's feet. Sean lay with his tiny fists flung above his head, asleep. His closed eyelids fluttered. Lisha's stomach clenched. Richard had felt such hatred of his own kind, his own people, that he had had in vitro gene mod to reverse sleeplessness. He was gazing at her. No, Lisha, he said quietly. I didn't. It's natural. Natural? Yes. That's where we've been the last month after the artificial islands, Chicago Medical Institute, looking for answers to a spontaneous regression. But there's nobody there who's doing more than cookbook carrying out of old discoveries. Hell, there's no geneticists left anywhere who could do more than that, except in agribusiness. He fell silent. Lisha and he both knew this was not true. There was sanctuary. Lisha said thickly, do they know at least if it's widespread or on the increase? Statistical parameters? It seems to be pretty rare. Of course, there's so few Sleepless now they can't construct any statistical profiles. Again, that silence, heavy with the unnamed. It was Ada who broke the silence. She couldn't have followed much of the conversation between Lisha and her husband, but she rose gracefully to move beside Lisha. Ada stooped and picked up her baby. Gazing tenderly down at him, she said, I see you gladly, Sean. I see you sleep. And then her gaze rose to meet Lisha's directly, for the first time that Lisha could ever remember. Even when everything in the country had changed, nothing had changed.